No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. This Sunday, join us on Jewellery Maker as we celebrate our 4th birthday. We've got a jam-packed show in store featuring many of our guest designers to share their knowledge and skills, and we'll be introducing you to some brand new products, new tools, exclusive strands, brand new DVDs and much, much more. So join us this Sunday and help us to celebrate this very special day, Jewellery Maker's 4th birthday.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, thank you very much to Becky and Sarah for inspiring us over the last 4 hours. And Sarah is going to inspire us for a further 4 hours.
I am.
Going to stay on with us.
I am, indeed.
Are you excited?
I am. I've just been given another little bag of goodness.
Another bag of goodies. Sarah.
Yeah.
That's one of our jewellery making kits. So that's going to be coming up around about 7:30 p.m. this evening. Lots of opportunities to get started with the hobby of jewellery making, and I will tell you all that kit has got memory wire in it, so it's going to be very, very popular. I'm expecting it to be a sellout this evening, so also Sarah will be working with it for the next couple of hours, so she'll come up with some innovative ideas to help inspire everybody at home. And of course, we have got non-stop deals throughout the show here on The Late Show. Check these out. All about the cuts here. Very, very popular gemstone anyway. Beautiful green amethyst, but just have a look at the carat weight. Oh! This is coming up as our superstar buy at 8:45 p.m. this evening. It is out of this world. We've had a few exciting opportunities recently to invest in our cut collection, but this has to be one of the most significant cuts ever. In fact, Sarah, would you like to work with this kind of?
I'd love to work with that. That is just a beautiful, beautiful strand.
This is what I'm talking about when I say jewellery quality gemstone. This is the difference between, you know, like a slab of agate and, you know, professionally cut gemstone.
The clarity on those is amazing. Even from here, it just is the most amazing clarity. The cut is fantastic. The colour, oh, it's beautiful.
It's exceptional, isn't it?
It is, and to have the opportunity as a jewellery maker to be able to use that quality, because you can't find it out there.
I'll tell you what we're going to do, Sarah. We're going to take our second sample. Floor manager Pete's already armed.
Oh my goodness.
Look at it, straight in there. Good work, Pete. Oh. So we're going to give that to you. We're going to see what
I'm just going to go now.
She's off. So, that's it.
They are, oh crikey.
Are you already, has that got your creative juices flowing already?
If you're umming and ahhing at home, now, I thought they looked beautiful from here.
Yeah.
Now I've got them in my hand. I am bowled over completely. They are amazing.
Absolutely out of this world. I mean, even if you saw these set into silver or gold designs from some of the big names in jewellery design, you wouldn't be surprised, would you?
No, definitely not, because the absolute quality is there. You know, they haven't taken any quality of gemstone to create this cut on, because they couldn't. No,
exactly right.
Because if you took something that possibly had any inclusions, anything in it, when you tried to do this cut, it would just shatter.
Absolutely.
So they have to take the best to be able to do it.
Very difficult look to create when you are cutting a gemstone. Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. So we're going to give you a strand of that, and we're going to check out your designs at the end of the show. There you go. Oh, you're happy again now? That's re-energised, Sarah, after 4 hours of inspiring everyone. I like it.
Yeah.
And you're cracking on with the kit as well. So maybe it's time for us to give everybody a late show deal to get us up and running this evening. Where are we going to start, producer Liam? Oh, of course, yes. It's this one, isn't it? Now, this particular bundle has been inspired by one of our viewers. So last week, my producer Liam and I put a little notification onto my presenter Facebook page, and if you want to find that, it's Ed Presenter with a lowercase p. And we've just asked people to sort of try and give us some ideas of things you might like to see in a bundle. So it could be gemstones, could be component parts like findings or threading materials. And Kirsty suggested that we created a bundle of the most profitable gemstones that we stock, and that is Labradorite and Moonstone for Kirsty, and I think for a lot of jewellery makers out there. And I suppose it's just because of the optical phenomenon which lives within both of these gemstones. You've got beautiful Rainbow Moonstone, you can see that gorgeous angular-essence there, this sort of electric blue or lime green, little flash of colour that you get emanating from the centre of the gemstone. Here we've got little wheels, 60 carats, and these range in size from 3x1 to 6x5. We've also got your plain rounds of moonstone, 4mm in size. Wow, can see them being seriously versatile. In fact, we've got a little soutache bundle coming up later on this evening. If you are interested in the discipline of soutache, is it? Oh, in fact, you've only got to wait 20 minutes for the soutache bundle. So if you are interested in soutache as a discipline, the 4mm rounds, well, of any gemstone are going to prove to be very versatile, because of course they also work with your bead loom, with your kumihimo, with your macrame, with your classic beady beads. Anything I'm missing out?
Right angle weave, peyote, any of those bead patterns that you see. You need like uniform beads, and 4mm are great for doing that. Absolutely brilliant.
So there you go, that just goes to sort of back up the versatility of a 4mm round. However, when you're looking at the classic cuts, the 4mm plain rounds, in your most profitable gemstones, such as Rainbow Moonstone, you can see how that's going to potentially equate to a sellable piece of jewellery. And on top of that, everybody's favourite gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, gorgeous Labradorite, and it's probably because of the more neutral base tone of the gemstone itself. It allows that sort of phenomenon, that optical effect, to really come to the forefront of your designs. And of course, the neutrality of the gemstone itself allows it to work with so many other gemstones. So again, very versatile, very eclectic. And you've got your flat coins of Labradorite, they're 6mm in size. They almost have a little sort of button-like feel to them, but you can see that once again they have very uniform facets on the surface of the gemstone. So the light is almost cascading across the surface of the gemstone in a very uniformed way thanks to the facets. Absolutely exquisite. So 3 gemstone strands here for one incredible price. This is called Diana's Light. That's because Diana was the Greek goddess of the moon. And of course, you know, with a gemstone like Moonstone, the ancient Romans used to believe that it was in fact the lunar gods that had placed shards of moonlight inside the gemstone, and that's why they glowed in this very mystical way. Of course, now we know there are scientific reasons for it. I have to say that we only had a limited number of this particular one. How many, sir? 34, that's right. And around about half the stock's already been allocated. This is proving to be very popular. So congratulations to Ria, Leslie, Candy, you've got 2, Tracy, Louise, Shona, Yvette, Nubai, Kirsten, you're there as well. I suppose it's around about time we let everybody know what the late show price point is for Diana's Light. 2 strands of Rainbow Moonstone and a strand of Labradorite all together. And here comes your late show price point. 11.95. So we're now talking about less than £4 a strand for Rainbow Moonstone and Labradorite, two of our favourite gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. If you were to buy these any other day, it would cost you £17.85. But today, you can add it to your order for £11.95, a huge saving there. Now, whenever we bundle items together here on Jewellery Maker, the idea is that we're almost creating a discount code, a wholesale opportunity for everyone to get involved with. 3 strands of gemstones here, and we have to say that based on the sort of feedback I've been getting from focus groups, both in the workshop and online at our social networking sites, have suggested that Rainbow Moonstone and Labradorite tend to be our most popular gemstones because, well, they're the easiest to sell. And you can see why, really, because if you are selling your jewellery designs and you're selling them in more traditional settings, such as a craft fair, for example, the customers may not necessarily have the same depth of knowledge about gemstones as you do. They may not have the same passion for gemstone jewellery that you do, but you're going to capture their imagination when they see that sort of inner glow from the gemstones, that little flicker, that colour play. That's when people start to really relate to that mystical understanding that people associate with gemstones. If you want to get involved with this deal, I can tell you now, we are down to single figures of availability. So if you do want to add it to your order, you need to act right now. The way to do that is to dial our free phone number here at Jewellery Maker. You'll come through to a member of our award-winning help team. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, but if you do add it to your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. It's available right now for £11.95. As I say, it's proven to be very, very popular. Lots of people multi-buying, and we've got a little message. So one of our customers has sent a message through. I'm going to have to look at it. It says, Ed, I must just say your presenting just keeps getting better and better. Thanks for all the gem info you provide and the last two. Thanks, Mum. Oh, Beverly, sorry. No, do you know what? That is the most fantastic feedback you could ever hear as a presenter. Of course, for new viewers to the channel, I used to be one of the managers on the channel and I sort of jumped ship and became one of the presenters. That's a lovely bit of feedback for me. And I can tell, Paula in Essex, you also sent through a suggestion for a bundle, and I'm thinking it's already come to fruition. If my producer said, oh no, right, so it's just come through, my producer's going to try and make it a reality in the coming shows. Is that right? Now I understand. Okay, so Paula, if you've made a suggestion, then my producer's going to try and put that into practice as well. I can say, if you want to get involved with any part of the show, even if you want to make a suggestion for a product that you want to see in a future show, then get involved with the show. You can interact with us on a couple of different mediums. You can either text in via 60777. Just make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio to ensure it comes through to the gallery. Alternatively, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, there's a little message box. Just click the box. Whatever you write will come through to my producer. And of course, you can always communicate with us through Facebook or through our usual email site. We're going to leave that one with you. It looks like it's going to be a sellout. Diana's Light, very, very popular. I'll leave that to one side, actually. I'm going to kick off with this extremely popular item. This is one of our matrix collections. So it's where we take a collection of items together and provide you with one item that has everything you need to create a beautiful set of jewellery. On this particular occasion, it's a very, very high-end look. Talking about 925 sterling silver. So you've got ½ metre of sterling silver chain. You have got your beautiful toggle clasp, 2 shepherd hook. Is that right? Yes, 2 shepherd hook and 2 pairs. Hold on a second. I see, those are the little S clasp connectors, aren't they? And then 2 pairs of shepherd hooks. My apologies. Then you've got 8 jump rings. There we go. Also, we have the bezel set Labradorite. So these are pair drops of Labradorite that have been faceted on the surface and then set into 925 sterling silver. I've got 2 different sizes across 3 gemstones here. Just tried to tip the gemstones out and it didn't go very well. All of the items fell out. No need for sarcastic applause over there. Right, hold on. I'm going to fix all this out. There we go. Okay, let me show you exactly what you're going to get. So you get 2 of the smaller Labradorites, which are set in silver. They don't look small, do they? So these are 22 by 14 mil in size, so they would be perfect as pendants. But because of the smaller size, I suppose you could use them as earrings, perhaps. And then you get 1 larger gemstone. Also, bezel set into 925 sterling silver. Oh, look at that. It's got a little rainbow of labradorescence living inside this gemstone. See that? This is 24 by 16 mil. So if you were to create a traditional set, you'd probably use this as your pendant, the 2 smaller gemstones as your earrings, but of course you could create 3 different necklace designs using these as pendants. They are significant enough size. And I will say, just have a look at the checkerboard faceting on this particular gemstone. Again, it really goes to highlight the quality of the gemstone as well as the skill level of our very experienced lapidarists. Just have a look at this. That is beautiful labradorescence because you've got those apricot tones, you've got those sort of violet hues coming through, as well as that traditional lime green and electric blue labradorescence. Absolutely exquisite. I can say that this has proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker, as you'd expect, because of course, very, very high-end look. Our favourite gemstone. And these are the kind of gemstones which are going to set you apart from other jewellery makers, elevate you onto that next level. People are going to appreciate that, you know, you are working on that elite level. These gemstones not only exhibiting this gorgeous labradorescence that we've seen over the last 2 products, but also bezel set into precious metals, 925 sterling silver. Is this the kind of item that you would traditionally work with, Sarah? Or?
It's an item that I would, as a jewellery maker, love working with because of the sterling silver. So it's a high-end quality. But also, if you're new to jewellery making, and you might look at some gemstones and think, I don't know how I'd set those, I don't know how I'd deal with those. Yes. That's been done for you here, in that sterling silver bezel setting. And you can make some really nice, simple, elegant, classic designs quite quickly, quite easily.
You know they're going to be wearable, don't you?
And if you're a beginner, I always suggest, I know it seems a bit weird, but to work with sterling silver. Right, okay. Because it's more forgiving, it's more malleable.
So you would, so maybe the natural psychology would be to think, oh, I'll work with base metals until I'm really confident with my techniques. But actually, because of the malleability of silver, because of the finish that it provides, it's actually easier to work with semi-precious metals.
I learned that way. I actually used sterling silver first, and I found it a lot easier than when I went to using different types of findings and wire, because I'd learned how to create those loops, I'd learned how to bend the wires and manipulate it.
Actually, it's a good way to sort of hone your skills, isn't it? Because you don't want to waste anything when it is sterling silver, so you want to get it right, and actually that sort of focus, if you like, can help you to...
If you do get it wrong with sterling silver, you can straighten your head pins out again, or you can, you know, open and close your jump rings a couple of times, and it's not going to cause a problem. It will weaken after a while,
of course,
but
you
like
don't want
any
to
metal.
Anything, if you work it too much.
But this is a really good kit if you want to get something home, you want to make something that's going to be really high-end. It's going to be quite easy to work with. You can keep your designs as simple as you want because the gemstones are doing all that hard work for you on the design.
Absolutely.
You can keep it quite simple if you want to. If you're a more proficient jewellery maker, you'll be doing a little bit longer, you might be looking at this and thinking, you know what, I can add a few things, I can add this and this to it, or you might be wanting to create a more elaborate design, which you can do.
Yeah, you can just integrate it into a design that is already sort of you're working on in your mind, if you like. Yeah.
And you can take the gemstones out of the actual collection completely and work it with something different if that's what you want to do, or you might want to just create something from within the collection itself. And it just allows everybody out there to have a really easily accessible high-end kit. I
suppose a huge part of a hobby like jewellery making is confidence, really. And if you haven't had to do a great deal of work to create a really gorgeous looking piece of jewellery, that's going to help your confidence to grow.
And sometimes the pieces of jewellery that I get asked for time and time again are very simple designs. They're not necessarily the most elaborate.
That's what people really want, isn't it? Sometimes less is more.
That's it.
We're going to have to bring the price on screen because we have got very, very limited availability now on this particular product. Congratulations to Janet, Christine, Jacqueline, Mary, new buyer, $29.95. And I have to say, that is an incredible price point for what I think we've established is good for established jewellery makers or beginners, really. The perfect starter kit, because of course you've got these, well, I don't want to use the phrase jewellery quality gemstones, got in trouble for that, but a higher end finish to the gemstones, let's say that. And of course your 925 sterling silver filings. I'm going to leave that one with you at $29.95 because we only have one remaining in stock. So if you want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. Where are we moving on to, sir? Right. Gems of Distinction strand of aquamarine. Now, once again, new buyers may not be aware of some of the sort of phraseology that presenters may refer to here on Jewellery Maker. Gems of Distinction is our elite range of gemstones. It's sourced by our Indian buying office. We have buying offices all over the world. We've grown at a rate of knots over the last 4 years. And Jaipur in India is probably considered the premier location for gemstone trading right now. So no matter where it is that you actually source your gemstones or you mine for your gemstones, tend to ship it to India for the actual trading because, well, that's where people are trading from. That's where you're going to get the best price. That's why we've got a buying office there. And it allows us to not only source the best possible quality of the rarest gemstones, but also to get the best possible price point available. 60 carats in total here of beautiful aquamarine, very, very popular member of the beryl family. These are your faceted wheels. They range in size from 7x3 to 10x4 mil, so quite a significant look, but again, not so large they're going to steal focus. If you did have, a showcase gemstone that you wanted to use as the focal point of your design, these would still form the perfect accent, particularly because you've got quite a subtle colour tone, that sort of icy sky blue, which will practically go with any other colour combination. But also, because of this very interesting cut, these wheels, which is what they've been classified as, they are faceted on the outer edge of the gemstone. So as the light hits the surface of the gemstone, you get lots of sparkle, that traditional sparkle which most people are looking for when they're investing in genuine gemstones. And you can see there, my producer's suggesting that if you are investing in any strand from our Gems of Distinction range, some of the more elite gemstones that have been professionally cut by a lapidus, it might be an idea to add the authenticity card to your order. So if you are investing in a Gems of Distinction range, we will offer you an authenticity card just to prove that this is what you say it is. So if you are potentially selling your gemstones on, sorry? I think there's an option screen online, so you can tick a box and it just adds it onto your order. Is that correct? With the
I think you can add it onto your order, or you can print your own, I think.
I think you can print them out, actually, if you've made a purchase, you can go through, follow it through, and you can print them out.
Yeah. If you look at your order history online, next to your orders, there'll be an option to print out your authenticity.
If they're of a high enough quality, it will give you the option to print them off. There you go. So there you go. That's why we have the guest designers here. Not just to provide us with inspiration, but to tell you the things that I don't know. So there you go. If you do want to get involved with this deal, I have to say, this is the colour tone which I think most people are looking for when they're investing in aquamarine. This is the standard of quality that people would associate traditionally with very high-end aquamarine designs. We're looking at 60 carats here, and as I say, very, very versatile because of that cut. They'd almost sort of interlock, wouldn't they, if you didn't have the little spaces on the strand. And don't forget that as crafters, those are going to come in handy as well.
Yeah,
they're almost like little crimp beads, aren't they? I suppose.
Are.
Well, they are crimp beads actually.
Are they not like a bead rather than a
see what you're
tube?
saying. So they're not. Yeah. They won't crimp.
They won't crimp, but they are great as little spacers if you want to use them at the end of your piece or in between like that.
So if you try and crimp, it's going to shatter.
Yes, it will.
So it would be better as a spacer within your designs.
Yeah, but they do sit beautifully next to each other without those spacers in. But if you want to, you could put little gizmo coils in between.
Could, yeah.
Or if you just wanted to do a little
smaller
bit
gemstones.
of wire wrapping in between each one.
I was thinking maybe some, like 2 mil clear quartz or rose quartz.
Oh yeah, there was a bundle in the show just gone that we had some 2 mil clear quartz in there.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you got hold of that, they would be the perfect spacers for this strand. Lots of people multi-buying this particular Gems of Distinction strand of aquamarine. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. Maximise on your 1 P&P per day of just £2.95. 60 carats of aquamarine. Here comes your price point this evening. $11.95. That is seriously impressive price point. In all honesty, I wasn't expecting to see that price point. I was thinking $19.95. So $11.95 really does go to highlight the fact that here at Jewellery Maker we can bring you the best value on the market. Of course, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone company, and that means that we're affiliated with our sister channel Gems TV. And of course, they've been in existence for about 10 years now. So very, very long-standing relationships with the mines and the mine owners, which allows us to really get the best deals available and pass those savings on to you. A Gems of Distinction strand of aquamarine available right now for $11.95. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Ooh. Like this beautiful green amethyst. Now this could form the perfect accent for our superstar buy. So any jewellery makers out there who are working on that sort of elite level where their customers are demanding this kind of quality of gemstone, not just in terms of the clarity, but of course in terms of the dedication and the commitment from the lapidarists to create this standard of cut. Yes, you want this to be taking centre stage. How about using these beautiful green amethyst rondelles as your accent stone? These range in size from 5x2 to 8x3, and the really interesting thing about this kit is that the lapidus hasn't gone to town with faceting. Instead, this is more of a polishing process, and so as a result, all of the light dispersion within your design is going to come from your main gemstone. This will happily sit as a gorgeous accent, and just have a look at the consistency of the colour. You can see that even in this top of the range green amethyst, you've got the apple green pastel tone that you'd expect to see. Even with our more affordable strands, you're still getting that consistency of colour. That goes to highlight the stringent standards which all of our gemstones are held against. 90 carats of green amethyst here. And I actually like that softer rondelle actually, because I think it does allow you to make more of a feature of other gemstones, because it's not going to be sparkling away, it's not going to be stealing focus, but you're still getting that beautiful consistency of colour, you're still getting that gorgeous clarity, which shows your customers that you're still working with the real deal. Now, if you want to get involved with this deal, I have to warn you, we only have very, very limited numbers available, and as soon as I reveal the price point, you'll understand why it was so popular. Let's have a look at the price point this evening. For 90 carats of green amethyst, $7.95, absolutely out of this world. probably an add it to your order price for many jewellery makers out there. If you already have an order up and running, if you've already parted with your $2.95 for your order today, then you can add this to your order. No additional costs other than the $7.95 for the strand itself. And when we're talking about 90 carats of green amethyst for a price point of under £10, I mean, it's just unfathomable, as it were. It's absolutely exquisite. Available right now for $7.95, but I have to warn everybody out there, we are now approaching limited availability, so if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Even if maybe you haven't got a design in mind right this second, this could be the perfect addition to your gemstone collection. You never know when that certain commission's going to come in, or just, you know, a moment of creativity takes hold of you and you think, oh, all I need is a pastel tone. This will be the perfect gemstone because, of course, so recognisable on the open market. Everyone's aware of gorgeous amethyst. It's a must-have for most jewellery makers, and at $7.95, kind of a ridiculous price point. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for a star buy, and just in case you are new to the channel, we're generally going to have a star buy every half an hour on the show, and it's our opportunity to bring to you a very special deal. It will either be the premiere launch of a brand new strand, such as the green amethyst coming up later in the show. Alternatively, it might be one of our discount bundles, a super saver. Basically what we've done is taken a collection of our gemstones, our components, our threading materials, and bundled them together to create a one-off discount code. Now this code will only be available until the close of the show, possibly for the next 60 minutes actually, and this one in particular is going to be very, very popular. As ever, I only have a limited number available. That seems to be the nature of things here on the Late Show. How many of this particular bundle do we have in stock? Okay, so fewer than 100, but over 50. So not too bad. So we've only got double figures, but well over 50 available. So not too bad. There should be enough opportunities. And of course, the second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing the free phone number to get involved. You can always put yourself at the front of the queue. You can always hang up. You can always throw something out of your basket. But of course, if you miss it, you'll miss out. Now, this is one of our very, very specific bundles that will really appeal to a lot of the soutache artists out there. I know that this tends to be a very popular discipline at the moment. I'm going to start off by showing you the soutache cord. There you go. So this is specific cord designed for this particular discipline. And you've got 3 yards of royal blue, 3 yards of goldenrod, and 3 yards of tangerine soutache cord. And the reason that it is measured in yards is that this is actually an American product. We've sourced this from Beadsmith. They are an American company, but we do have very close relationship with them. We do deal directly with Beadsmith, so it's done in yards because it's an American product, but I can tell you that 3 yards is about 2 meters 90 centimeters, so it's just short of 3 meters, very little difference. We also have your cabochons as part of this particular bundle, and just have a look at the colour tone here. Beautiful emerald green. You actually get 4 sizes. Oh, knock me soutache cord over. Have a look at the, oh, I don't need to do it now, there you go. Huge cabochon here. Look at that emerald green tone, it's beautiful. Almost actually like a chrome dioxide green actually. Gorgeous. So you've got 4 different sizes. You've got the large, actually you've got the extra large, the large, the medium, and the small. Now these aren't just popular with soutache artists. I know that people that are quite confident with their wire work, for example, will be able to create sort of prong settings that will hold the cabochons within. I know they're very, very popular looks, but I have to say, the one item that I think is going to make this particular bundle so, so popular is effectively a piece of finished jewellery, really. I know that people are going to enhance it in all kinds of ways, but these gorgeous cuffs are so on trend. I'm expecting this particular bundle to fly out the door just based on the fact that you get hold of this. This is your domed cuff. It's made out of brass. That's your base metal. But it's a huge metal weight and a really on-trend, fashionable look. You've also got your 4 cabochons and your soutache thread. Soutache something that you're turning your hand to, Sarah?
I have in the past, yeah. It's a really nice medium. And it's one that appeals to a lot of jewellery makers because a lot of people who come to jewellery making have come from another craft. And so my background was cross-stitching and embroidery before I moved across to paper crafting. And so it's a natural progression to want to sew as part of your jewellery making if you are a sewer. But don't be put off by sewing.
It's a very limited amount, isn't it?
And it's basically, it's a running stitch. So
if you can sew a button on.
It's very, very easy.
Right.
There's no complicated stitches, there's no, and you don't have to be 100% precise either. It's
just
just
hidden away within the design.
A lot of it's hidden, so
Yes.
yeah, you don't see it. So it's just a really nice progression that a lot of people want to get involved into a different form of jewellery making, and this is one that appeals to a lot of people because it is really easy to get into, but the effect you get is amazing. And it looks really complicated, and people look at it and
That's
think,
the
how on
beauty,
earth
isn't
has
it?
that
Something
happened?
like this, yeah.
So that's the really nice thing about it. And again, you don't, as you said, you don't have to use this bundle all in one go just to make soutache pieces. You've got beautiful cabochons there. I believe it was Sammy yesterday. It was setting a cabochon very similar to that into a wire work cuff.
Yeah, I think that's what inspired me actually to say that, because I saw the sort of prong settings, but actually it was more of a bangle design that Sammy was doing, wasn't it? Yeah.
And you know, the bangle base can be used with your polymer clay.
Of course,
It could be used
silver clay,
with your friendly plastic. With
resins?
With your cloud clay, with your jewel enamel.
Could you put sort of F colour type?
You could F colour onto the top of it, yeah, indeed. So
I guess it's very versatile component anyway.
That's it, you know. So don't just look at it and think, oh, it's soutache.
Yeah,
because
of course.
I use soutache cords in my Kumihimo as well. So, you know, there's lots of possibilities, and the soutache cords can be used so many different ways.
I mean, the idea of our bundles is that we take a collection of items that could potentially complement one another and offer everybody a set. You don't have to use them together. And anybody who is interested in soutache, we've got a few more opportunities to invest in cabochons coming up after 7 p.m. So cabochons, this isn't your only opportunity, but the idea behind our Star Buy is to take a collection of items and offer you a wholesale price. You've just had lots of inspiration there from Sarah of saying how versatile all of these items are, but maybe you've been sitting at home and thinking about maybe edging in towards the discipline of soutache. This could be the perfect startup item because you've got your soutache cords, 3 different colours, you've got 4 gorgeous cabochons, and of course that very, very useful bangle. Here comes your Star Buy price this evening. Congratulations to everybody getting involved early because it is just $9.95.
Wow.
Do you know what? And I'm not I don't want to be quoted exactly on the prices, so it's not a direct comparison, but I will say, had a look at other brands of soutache cord online, and you could actually pay over £10 for 3 reels of soutache cord elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's not the same make. I will say that it was not the same make that I found, but
I mean, the cabochons on their own. I mean,
absolutely huge carat weight, right?
I mean, I've seen cabochons, small cabochons for sale in shops that aren't necessarily gemstones,
Yeah.
They may well be a resin,
Just
composite,
a
something.
synthetic of this size that's actually been moulded into a dome.
And for a small cabochon, you can pay £2. For a larger one, like the medium-sized ones, £3 each.
Oh, really?
And they're not gemstones, so you know you can.
So with the 4 gemstones, you could potentially pay over £10 for synthetics. Here, you've got real gemstones. These are all gorgeous green quartz, giving you that sort of.
And I haven't seen those bangle bases anywhere for sale.
No,
I have had a quick look round. I mean, don't quote me, there may well be loads out there, but I haven't seen them locally.
The only place I've seen anything like that is actually in sort of like department stores as a finished piece of jewellery. Yes. And they'd want 20 quid for a bit of brass, wouldn't they?
And there's a few bead shops locally to me that I do sort of have to pop in and look, and I haven't seen them. They don't have the solid ones. They have open ones that you can wire work into. But
they're designed for crafting, whereas this is more designed for
these
becoming a piece of jewellery.
These are amazing, and just even if you wanted to just put the Rachel Norris landscape style bit of polymer clay.
Oh, I saw that the other day. Yeah, fantastic.
If you wanted to do a piece like that and attach it to the front of that bangle, how amazing would that look? Just
showcase piece, right?
And you know, you can do that with your polymer clay. It will adhere to the metal when it's heated. It will actually just automatically adhere to that metal base.
That looks fantastic, actually, doesn't it?
It does.
I just heard all the ooh from the gallery, where everybody went over by that idea. That's a fantastic bit of inspiration. I'm going to put that back on display and back. Okay, so that is our Star Buy offering. It's the cuff special. Lots of people investing in this particular bundle solely for the cuff itself at £9.95. But of course, you do get your 3 reels of soutache cord and 4 green quartz cabochons. That one is now approaching limited availability. Congratulations to everybody getting involved, both on the website and at our free phone number. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. We've got a lot to fit in before we bring you another Star Buy. Now that'll be coming up at the top of the hour. I can tell you that it's this beautiful strand of pink opal. So another essential gemstone for a lot of jewellery makers to have in their collection. I know that lots of our jewellery makers like to stock up on birthstones whenever they get the opportunity, and other jewellery makers enjoy working with the more feminine colour tones. So that is going to be very, very popular. It is a premiere strand. It's never been seen before, and it's coming up in just 10 minutes time. We're going to move on though. We've got a lot to fit in, as I say. Just have a look at this gorgeous rainbow coated crackle quartz. Now, I think that when we consider investing in gemstones as jewellery makers, we tend to have a much larger criteria than that of, you know, a master jeweller. Probably wouldn't consider any of these gemstones because of the inclusions. They'd be looking for total clarity. But of course, when we're creating bespoke piece of jewellery, when we're trying to inject our own personality into the creations that we're putting together, it's important to work with gemstones that offer us that character, that texture, and that's exactly what crackle quartz brings to the party, and that's why it's so popular here at Jewellery Maker. Now, on top of that, we've gone that one stage further, and we've also given these this really interesting rainbow coating. So on certain gemstones, you're going to see sort of violet tones. On others, you've got these fuchsia colours. Lots of golden tones coming through as well. I think that traditionally the coating tends to pick up on other colours around it. So for example, if you were to match this up with, for example, real royal blues, all of a sudden you can get far more of those violet tones and electric blues coming through. Really, really interesting. The other really interesting thing about this particular strand is that these are plain round. So once again, you haven't got that faceted finish. They're not going to be stealing focus. So 8mm rounds tend to be the sort of size that jewellery makers lean towards as an accent stone. I think again it's probably a traditional size to work with when you first set out on the hobby, and so as a result becomes sort of your go-to gemstone, if you like, when you are working on a more elaborate design. As your skills advance, you might still revert back to the traditional looks, those classic 8mm plain rounds. But here, of course, this is going to be all singing, all dancing, because of that gorgeous rainbow coating. 150 carats in total. Now, one of the other really interesting things about crackled quartz is they tend to be very popular with people creating bridal boutique pieces of jewellery. And I think it is because of that texture. So you don't need lots of colour tones because, of course, traditionally brides are going to either have their own colour theme or it's going to be all about being in white. And so crackled quartz tends to lend itself very well to these bridal boutique designs because, of course, you get a little bit of texture, you get that clarity, you know it's neutral, so it's going to go with the colour theme. But here, something a little bit special because of that rainbow coating. They're just going to come to life when the light is dispersed through the centre of the gemstone. I can tell you now, only have a limited number available. How many of these do we have? Okay, so we've got fewer than 50 strands available. It has proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker. Congratulations to Anne, Samantha, Sean, Louise, new buyers coming in early. That's the way to do it, because here comes our price point this evening. $7.95 once again, and add it to your order price, especially when you consider what you're getting here. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to maximise on the profit from a strand like this. These are the kind of gemstones that really will capture people's imagination, so you really could create earring designs. You only need to take 2, and then of course when the light hits the surface and you get the little flickers of golden tones and fuchsias and electric blues and violets. I mean, if you're at like a summer fete or something, you could charge as little as £3 to £5 for a pair of earrings, couldn't you? And every single person that buys one, the next person's going to want a pair.
That's it, and it's also the sort of thing that if you know you don't want to necessarily go sell jewellery at a fair, but you want to go and take your skills to a fair, you could do make and takes, and this would be a gemstone that a lot of people would gravitate towards.
They'd be drawn towards, wouldn't they?
Whether it would be making a ring, a wirework ring, or even making pairs of earrings, something that's, you know, the children can get involved with. I do elastic stretchy bracelets with children at school fairs. And you know, the adults like to make the wirework rings, the children like to either make it, if they're a little bit older, they might make a pair of earrings or a bracelet made onto beading thread. But these are things that people gravitate towards and they love to make jewellery with.
Absolutely.
And at that price, it's
again,
not going to be.
It's sort of like another gemstone where it does offer an optical phenomenon, but this is obviously a man-made phenomenon, because this is a coating that we've placed on the surface of the gemstone just to enhance Mother Nature's hard work. So unlike Labradorite and Moonstone, where there are scientific reasons why that is created, this is actually a man-made coating. Very little difference between the rainbow coating that we've added to this quartz and the mystic coating that you'd see. I think the mystic coating has a slightly higher sort of sheen to it, if you like, and this is a little more subtle. If you do want to get involved with this deal, it looks like it's going to be a sellout strand, so you need to act very, very quickly. It's available right now. They add it to your order price of just $7.95. We're going to move on. And we're going to bring you another wholesale bundle opportunity, this time in gorgeous lapis lazuli. Very, very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Actually, we've been very successful in our abilities to source lapis lazuli ever since day one here at Jewellery Maker. Of course, it will be our 4th birthday on Sunday, so everyone's very excited about that. But that just goes to show how far we've come, and actually just goes to highlight the ever presence of a gemstone like lapis lazuli. Even on our first ever day here at Jewellery Maker, I know for a fact that we had some lapis lazuli in stock. And that's probably what's made it so popular with all of our customers out there. Easy for me to say. In fact, this particular bundle has been suggested by one of our viewers, the gorgeous Carol, who asked for lapis lazuli, but she wanted it in a variety of different sizes and shapes. Well, we've gone above and beyond here, Carol, because just have a look at one of the shapes of these gemstones. Beautiful puffy hearts of green and blue lapis lazuli. So this particular strand is ticking every possible box, isn't it? You've got the variation in the colour tone, so you've got that extra USP, if you like, because of course these alternative varieties of the gemstones do tend to be very, very popular. Maybe people won't even be aware that such a thing as green lapis lazuli even existed. You've got the 10mm Puffy Hearts here. This is another strand where I think I never really thought about what Sarah was saying before, but that'd be a really innovative way to approach a craft fair. Don't do all the preparation work. Don't create huge sets of jewellery. Just go along with your ring mandrel and your threading materials and see what people actually want to buy. Give them the option.
You sit there. I've done it before. I sit there, I make jewellery. I'm sitting there making jewellery. I have all my signs that saying, come and make jewellery with me. And people come along and go, but I can't do that. And then you show them how to do it, and then they can do it.
Yeah, of course.
And they're amazed. And it's even better because they're taking away a piece of jewellery that they've made. And you know, you may have just possibly sparked a little bit of creativity in somebody that might have been hidden.
Absolutely.
And they walk away feeling absolutely amazing that they've created something. You're making money out of it.
Yeah.
Somebody else sees them making it, they want to join in.
They want to have a go, yeah.
And you know what, once you get one person making, normally all my seats are pretty much full. And it's normally, I do different ones with the children from the adults, but the children get the stretchy elastic.
Yeah, of course.
And they sit and make for their mums or their nans.
I mean, I've felt that feeling myself because obviously working with you very talented designers, you know, I've learned to pick up certain techniques, but it does give you a good sense of, you know, achievement when you put together a creative design all of your own.
You know, I've got photos of the first things that I made for Jewellery Maker, pretty much, or near enough the first things, and I look back and think, crikey, I made that. And it's even now, you know, and they were very simple designs, but actually, you know, when you're just starting out on a journey, it's worth just taking a few photos just to remind yourself how far along that journey you've come as well.
Absolutely. And of course, when you are starting out with a hobby like jewellery making, it's going to become very addictive, but I suppose this is one of the reasons why having the same gemstone in multiple cuts and sizes makes it much easier to put the designs together.
It does, because you might get to the focal point done and then you think, actually I want to do the neckline, but I don't want those biggest gemstones around the back of my neckline piece because I want to make it really comfy. And then you could use your smaller pieces there. Or you might be thinking, I've got my neckline done, but I want some smaller pieces for earrings or a ring.
Of course, matching pieces of jewellery, that could be very, very popular. So very, very easy to use strand pack here and a huge saving. Traditionally, this would cost you $21.95 you to buy all 3 strands individually from our website, but that's not going to be your price point this evening. You've got your 10x8 puffy ovals, you've got your 10mm Puffy Hearts, and these huge statement piece of lapis lazuli, your 16mm puffy coins. If you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now, because we are going to give you a wholesale price, and this particular price point will only be available for the next 60 minutes. Normally $21.95 right now. Add 3 strands of lapis lazuli to your order for as little as $12.95. Unbelievable value. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We offer you the best value on the market for the best quality of gemstones we can source for you. Love the puffy hearts of the green and blue lapis lazuli, because I suppose the most traditional colour combination is that royal blue and gold tone, which I think is influenced by the gemstone itself, because you can see these copper and pyrite inclusions on the surface of the gemstone, giving these little golden flecks. But here, you've also got this beautiful forest green tone as well. Available right now for $12.95. That is a clearance price this evening, and of course in 60 minutes time, if you wanted to get hold of 3 individual strands of lapis lazuli, it would cost you $21.95. So a huge carat weight for a tiny price. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. And we're moving on now to... Which one is this, sorry? Oh, I thought you said clear coloured, that's what I thought it was as well, but it's actually beautiful blue coloured quartz. Quite a subtle hue here, almost sort of a tanzanite blue coming through actually. Over 100 carats on this particular strand. These are really, really interesting. These are your graduated button cuts. They range from 6mm up to 12mm. I believe these would make perfect cufflinks. I could be wrong. Sarah's nodding.
They are gorgeous.
Is that just because I'm thinking about what I'd like to wear?
No, I think they would absolutely make beautiful cufflinks. And you know, my husband wears cufflinks practically every day, and he wears different coloured gemstone ones that I was lucky enough to purchase from a sister company, and he loves them because they're very subtle.
Yes.
Colours, that colour's very subtle, but it would go with an awful lot of the colours
That's
of
what I was
shirts he
thinking
wears.
actually, because I've got a grey suit, and it would actually go with virtually every single shirt I've got because of the subtlety of the colour tone coming through. These are blue coloured quartz, but as I say, quite a subtle hue. So from one angle, you're almost going to get that pure clarity. From the other, you're going to get that almost rich tanzanite blue coming through. Lots of versatility because of the variation in sizes, ranging from 6mm to 12mm. Only previously featured on the show as part of our boutique bundles, so this has been very popular with our designers. But this evening we're going to give you the first opportunity to add this to your order as an individual strand. Joan, you're already involved, you're multi-buying this strand, that's the way to do it. Put yourself to the front of the queue to avoid disappointment, because we only have a limited number left in stock. Here comes your price point this evening. Another, add it to your order price for Genuine Gemstones. Now, of course, I understand that lots of crafters out there, lots of jewellery makers do like to mix things up and work with different mediums within their crafting hobbies. And I know that's where synthetics tend to have a place, but at this kind of price point, for that kind of carat weight, I can't understand why anybody wouldn't invest in the real deal.
They're going to last and last and last. I mean, I do understand that sometimes synthetics possibly do have their place in jewellery making. That's understandable because they can do things with synthetics, make different shapes and have bigger drill holes and all the rest of it. Yeah. But when you're looking for a gemstone like this is going to last. That shine, that quality, that sheen, the feel against the skin, it's all going to last. And that's something you can't get from a synthetic.
Yeah, and you don't get the same character either, because from one gemstone you'll get more of a solid colour tone, from others it's more subtle, and you get to sort of express yourself through Mother Nature's creations, whereas if you're buying a synthetic, it's going to have a uniform colour. They're all going to be the exact same density of colour traditionally.
Yeah, that's it. And these are giving out such shine, such luster
just because
coming back
of the way they've been polished, hasn't
and
it?
you don't get that, and that won't last. If you could get it on a synthetic, it wouldn't last. So these are just, and at that price, you wouldn't get synthetics for that price that quality.
That have this finish,
no,
exactly right.
No.
So we can actually provide you with the real deal for better value than others are charging for synthetics. We'll leave it there. We're going to move on because it is now time to bring you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion it is going to be a premiere strand of pink opal. So we're talking about October's birthstone here, but once again with a little twist, because I think most people, when they think of a gemstone like opal, they think of that traditional colour play. Those little flecks of green and orange tones that you traditionally find within the centre of the gemstone. Here we've got more of the opaque version, and as a result you've got this beautifully feminine pink tone to the gemstone. I think the alternative varieties are really, really useful as jewellery makers. I think it gives you an edge, it gives you a USP. People are going to be looking for the gemstones they're aware of, the gemstones they have an association with, but of course if somebody has an association with a gemstone, it's because they've seen a variety of it set into jewellery, and traditionally that tends to be, you know, a huge carat weight, amazing clarity, faceted, set into 18 karat gold. Almost impossible to compete with that really without investing 3-figure sums in your gemstones, which would potentially make it not worth your while. So the alternative varieties offer you the chance to provide your customers and your clients with the same gemstones that they're used to seeing, but of course the alternatives, maybe create a brand new feeling surrounding that gemstone. So if somebody's never seen pink opal before, they're aware of opal, they know it's popular, but without seeing pink opal, they won't have experienced the way it makes them feel. 40 carats of beautiful pink opal here. This is a gorgeous feminine variety. These are your faceted rondelles, but as I say, because you've got that opaque finish on the gemstones, you're not going to get a really intrusive sparkle, if you like. You are going to get a very subtle play of light. I actually think it means that there'll be the perfect spacer bead, for example, for a faceted gemstone. You still want a consistency of a look within your design. You still want a slight bit of light play, but you don't want it to steal focus from the showcase gemstones within your design. Now these are quite subtle. They range in size from 3x2 to 6x4 mils. So, as I say, perfect as spacers. Of course, you could use these within, I don't know, bracelet design perhaps. I think that'd be really, really sort of comfortable. And actually, it has got quite a sort of summery look about it because of the organic finish to the gemstones. They're not all uniform. They're not the exact same size. They've got those subtle variations, which shows your customers that you have sourced the real deal, that you're working with Mother Nature's creations. And I think that does appeal to people. I think, you know, lots of people out there will actually be aware of sort of the folklore and legend attached to a gemstone like opal. And that might be, you know, something that they buy into. It might be those sort of crystal energies which potentially can provide you with sales because, of course, when somebody has a strong belief like that and they see a gemstone of an alternative variety that they believe will enhance their well-being or what have you, that could be something that they choose to invest in. Lots of interest building on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com for this premier strand of pink opal. If you want to get involved, my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee here at Jewellery Maker, so you can always send it back if you're not 100% happy with the finish on the gemstones or if you don't think they're going to suit your particular designs. But when you see our exclusive launch price this evening, you're going to be kicking yourself if you miss out on this particular deal. Now this has been sourced by our Indian buying office, the same individuals that source our Gems of Distinction range. They look for the best possible quality and they then hand it over to our very experienced lapiders who create this gorgeous finish. Faceted rondelles, 40 carats in total, and here comes our exclusive launch price this evening. $7.95. What more can I say? And add it to your order price for what is essentially a Gems of Distinction strand of gorgeous pink opal. Opal for me, it's a bit like amethyst really. So heavily used by the very well-known design houses that people have some sort of association with it. Even if they don't own the gemstone themselves, they're aware of it. You know, they may have seen opal in, even if, do you know what it is? Even if they're sitting down on a Sunday night to watch Antiques Roadshow, it's one of those very, very traditional gemstones that tends to feature in vintage pieces of jewellery or even antique jewellery. Wouldn't you agree? Opals does tend to have a very traditional feel to it, doesn't it?
And it's one of those ones that, you know, you may have an association with because a relative may have had it as their favourite gemstone. I know that I have a very close association with opal because it was one of my mum's favourite gemstones. Right. And she either wore sapphire, very dark blue sapphires, or she wore opals. Yeah. And those were the two gemstones she loved, and so they have huge meaning to me. And I have opal pieces of jewellery of my mum's that actually I don't wear them because I know that opals are quite a delicate gemstone, but I want to keep them for the future.
I'm in so much trouble at the moment.
Why is that?
I lost my dad's signet ring.
Uh-oh.
Don't know where it is.
But I keep them, and you know, the opals actually keep the smell of my mum's perfume.
Really?
Because they're quite a porous gemstone. Yeah. They actually hold the smell of my mum's perfume. So when I open the box, the jewellery still smells of my mum.
Oh, that's really sweet. I love that.
Yeah, so those are kept, but I love
If only
opals.
my dad's secret smelt of brute, maybe I never would have lost it.
You could send a tracker dog on it.
Yeah, that would be it. Actually, I think they'd be thrown by the scent of brute, actually. Do any of the men in here even know what brute is? They're all like 20, so. You know what it is? Oh, good. I feel old with these people. Say again?
My dad uses it a lot.
Your dad? His dad uses it. $7.95 is our official launch price for this. I can't guarantee we're going to remain at that price on this particular strand. Of course, we're talking about 40 carats of gorgeous pink opal, but it will be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to have to leave that one with you at $7.95, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals from The Late Show. Don't go away.
This Sunday, join us on Jewellery Maker as we celebrate our 4th birthday. We've got a jam-packed show in store featuring many of our guest designers to share their knowledge and skills, and we'll be introducing you to some brand new products, new tools, exclusive strands, brand new DVDs, and much, much more. So join us this Sunday and help us to celebrate this very special day, Jewellery Maker's 4th birthday.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company. Want to learn how to make the most of your beading thread? Then come and join in the fun on our Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. Guest designer Gemma Crow will inspire you to design stunning feature pieces of jewellery that will help you to make use of your essential stash items. Full course includes a selection of beading thread, a selection of findings, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $64.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Welcome back to The Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also joined by the very lovely Sarah, who's agreed to stay with us for another 4 hours.
Oh, aren't you lucky?
Despite providing us with inspiration all afternoon.
Oh, I wouldn't be anywhere else. I love it here.
There you go. What more do you want to hear? That's everything we want to know from our designers. So popular here at Jewellery Maker, aren't we? We can't get rid of them. Invite them down to be on the mid-show and they say, I'll stay. I'll stay for the late show. I'm really joking. We asked Sarah in advance. She's currently working with one of our jewellery kits that will be launched in around about an hour's time. So we'll have a look at the jewellery kit later in the show. We'll have a look at some of Sarah's designs. So she's currently working on a very intricate memory wire design. You do get memory wire as part of the jewellery kit coming up later in the show. Coming up in around about 20 minutes time as a rather comprehensive collection of findings. You've got your rose gold plated, your yellow gold plated, and your antique bronze finish of your findings. 345 pieces in total. And the very astute mathematic viewers amongst you will have realised that there are 115 pieces of each. Rose gold, plated silver, yellow gold plated silver, and your antique bronze finish. There you go, everything you're going to get there. 345 pieces for one ridiculous price. I can tell you now, anybody who's started to expand their hobby into a small business who wants to take advantage of the wholesale deals that we can provide you here at Jewellery Maker, this is the kind of thing I'd expect to see on a trade show. 345 pieces of your essential findings, and it doesn't matter what discipline you're involved in, you're always going to need your essential findings to complete your designs and to give them a professional finish. This is coming up in 20 minutes time. I think it is going to prove to be very, very popular. I'll have a slightly higher quantity than I'd normally have for a late show star buy, so slightly higher than normal, but I think the demand is going to be far higher than normal. So I'd still say, if you want to get involved with that deal, start dialing the second the graphics hit the screen. Before that though, we are going to turn our attention to Pick of the Week. So these are some of the most popular items that we've launched in the last, say, 7 to 10 days. Maybe you have certain commitments and you don't get the opportunity to watch the morning show as often as you'd like. Maybe you just missed out on this specific launch. Have a look at this. We only have a limited number available. 100 carats of beautiful blue Chalcedony. Again, very versatile colour tone. You've got that sort of somewhere in between a sky blue and a royal blue. Almost, again, almost a sort of tanzanite blue actually. And once again, they have proved to be very, very popular. I've already got lots of interest at JewelleryMaker.com, people adding this to their basket. And don't forget, if you are shopping online here at Jewellery Maker and you do place items in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment, because that does not guarantee you the purchase. It's just a signal of intent. You need to check out to ensure you've got one of these heading your way. Lots of people flying through, and I think that with this particular gemstone, yes, it's very popular. It's one of those gemstones where if you are interested in the folklore and the myths attached to a gemstone, Chalcedony is thought to stimulate creativity, so I can understand why lots of jewellery makers will be investing in it. But for me, on this particular strand, it's all about the cut. Because once again, it's a very interesting cut, not a traditional cut, not something you potentially see, say, from your high street jewellers, but very, very versatile. It will work in a number of different designs, different disciplines, whether you want to create very minimalistic looking jewellery, or of course, whether you want to be a little bit more adventurous. This is the kind of cut that will work in a number of different designs. 100 carats in total, and the slabs themselves range in size from 11 by 6 to 32 by 8, graduating in size. And here comes your price point. Another add it to your order price. Looks to me like we've honoured the launch price. Is that correct? Honouring the launch price for Pick of the Week, giving you a genuine second bite of the cherry to add this to your order. Congratulations to Suzanne, Enkana, Wendy, Emma, Tina. New buyers getting involved as well. I'm not surprised. Beautiful Chalcedony available right now for $8.95. And once again, a gemstone which is going to add so much character to your designs without stealing focus, because you've got that sort of waxy luster on the surface of this gorgeous Chalcedony. Almost has a sort of aquatic look to it, I think. I'm going to leave this one with you. At the add it to your order price of just $8.95. Has proved to be very, very popular. Could be a sellout strand this evening. I'm going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Really, red spinel. Interesting. Very similar colour hue to that of rich red garnet, actually. But we are actually talking about red spinel. Or potentially, it almost has a sort of ruby red tone to it. Of course, red spinel has been mistaken for rubies many, many times throughout the eras, but this particular strand has only previously featured on the show once before today. And we are now left with limited availability. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it is absolutely exquisite. It's quite interesting with the gemstone like red spinel, because the reason it now has built up such a luxurious reputation, why it has such prestigious connections, are that it's been mistaken for more traditional gemstones so many times. It now features heavily within imperial collections of jewellery. So our own crown jewels, for example, the centre of the crown features the Black Prince's ruby, which is in fact a huge red spinel. And actually, you probably get greater brilliance from a gemstone like spinel than you do from a ruby. And just have a look at the colour tone. I'm going to hold it up like this so we get a little bit of light to pass through it, and you can really appreciate the colour tone. Sometimes the colours are a little lost in our studio, or of course if I stand behind it, it sort of blots it out. But there you go, with a little bit of light flying through it, you've got that rich sort of pigeon blood red tone. Very fiery, passionate look from your gemstone itself, because the colour tone is so consistent and so bold. Now these faceted rondelles range in size from 4x3 to 5x2, so subtle variation in the sizes, but it does again graduate along the strand itself. For me, I wouldn't be sort of throwing all of my red spinel into one design. I'd have to use these quite sparingly. As I say, very, very prestigious gemstone. And these are the kind of gemstones which could potentially allow you to justify the price points you want to achieve. So, of course, if you are selling your jewellery designs, whether it be at a traditional craft fair, or of course whether you do have your own outlet or you've got personal commissions, you have to build your own time, your own creativity and your own resources into the price of your jewellery designs. People aren't going to necessarily realise that it's taken you 3 hours to create the wire work setting, and so the value for lots of people is held within the gemstone. So you have to be working with the highest possible standard of gemstones, and you can see that in this particular strand from the way it's been faceted, from the rich consistency of colour. But of course, if the gemstone itself can do a lot of the talking for you, then a lot of the job is already done. Here we're looking at beautiful red spinel, the kind of quality I'd expect to see once again set into, well, maybe sterling silver, but in all honesty, if this was being used by a high street jeweller or even one of the big designers, I'd expect to see it in 9 carat, maybe even 18 carat gold. That's the level of quality we're dealing with here. And of course, red spinel does tend to be the most sought after colour tone of this particular gemstone. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. 35 carats in total. Gorgeous faceted rondelles, and once again we are going to honour the exclusive launch price. $27.95 is the price point. It's less than £1 a carat for genuine faceted red spinel. This is another one of those gemstone strands where I would potentially be printing off my certificate of authenticity. So when you think about the reasons why this gemstone has been mistaken for rubies for so long and on so many prestigious occasions, it's not just the colour tone. It's also to do with the geographical location of where we source this gemstone. It tends to form in very similar regions to that of ruby. So, you know, if you're mining for ruby in Burma, for example, you'd come across this beautiful red gemstone. It's glowing from within the mine. Everybody gets excited. They believe they've found a deposit of ruby. Of course, that is the gemstone that they would traditionally find in that region, but actually red spinel forms in very, very similar environments to ruby, and that's why so many people have been duped, if you like, throughout the last few hundred years. Now, of course, much more up to date with, in terms of lab testing. We here at Jewellery Maker lab test each and every gemstone to ensure it is exactly what we say it is, so we would never have that problem. We'd never source a strand of ruby and be like, we'd lab test it, be like, oh, it's red spinel. Wouldn't be disappointed anymore. In fact, I don't think too many people were disappointed even when they discovered they'd made an error in the crown jewels themselves. It just sort of accelerated red spinel's popularity. $27.95. I can tell you now, we are approaching limited availability on this particular strand. Congratulations to everybody adding this to their order. That is a genuine collector's gemstone. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. I'm going to move on now to a very, very rare gemstone at the moment within the jewellery industry. Because, of course, when a top-end designer is looking for a particular gemstone, they need a particular yield. They need a certain amount that they know they can form a satisfactory collection with. So if you are looking, for example, at blue sapphires, for every piece of rough, the yield's going to be roughly 10%. So say if you find 100 carats of sapphire, you're only going to end up with 10 carats of sapphire. And at the moment, just can't get hold of enough sapphire within the industry to make it worthwhile for some of the larger jewelers to actually invest in the carat weights that are being unearthed. So there is sapphire out there, it's just that we're not necessarily uncovering investable amounts. Here at Jewellery Maker, of course, we do have that slightly larger criteria that we set gemstones against, and anything that's going to be easily incorporated into a design could potentially be of more value to a jewellery maker than a very traditional faceted cut gemstone. Here we've got huge pebbles of blue sapphire, so again this is more reliant on the polished finish and the irregularity and the organic nature of the gemstone itself rather than the traditional jewellery cut. Now here at Jewellery Maker we pride ourselves on having something for everyone's jewellery making needs. Of course, later on in the show as our superstar buy, we have this exquisitely cut green amethyst. So as I say, yes, we're going to be creating those traditional elaborate cuts, but also we've got some gemstones that offer you more of an organic finish, and that's exactly what you've got here. These almost look like they've been eroded by the sea, don't they? Very, very organic look. Now these pebbles actually range in size from 11 by 10 to 18 by 14. So again, you've got a sapphire here for every jewellery making scenario. Even if you did just want to create very high-end charms, for example, or pendant designs, simple wire wrapping around one of your larger sapphire pebbles, you're still offering people sapphire jewellery, but with a twist. Slightly more organic finish, and of course, slightly more affordable price point. 130 carats of blue sapphire here, and I think this is the traditional colour tone people associate with the gemstone. Of course, Sarah was just telling us a very sentimental story about your mum, and she liked to wear midnight blue sapphires.
Well, her engagement ring was just sapphire.
Blue sapphire.
Just blue sapphire. That's the only gemstone that was in there.
She was a bit of a princess then, was she, Emma?
Evidently so, yeah. But it was the first engagement ring she looked at. And it was the one that they went back to. My dad was dragged around every jeweller's shop, as you can imagine, but that was the one her heart was set on.
I can't imagine, Sarah, because as I was telling the jewellery making gang before we went live, I'm not getting married. I have no intention of getting married. So, no, I don't know that feeling. We're going to give you a pick of the week price on this particular strand. 130 carats of beautiful blue sapphire. And here comes your price point. $14.95. Once again, and add it to your price when you consider what you're getting hold of here. Because, again, these are the kind of gemstones that will allow you to justify certain price points. No one's going to expect to pay less than £10 for a sapphire piece of jewellery. Beautiful blue sapphire pebbles available right now for $14.95. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, wow. How many of these have we got? Oh, we've got quite a healthy quantity. The reason I asked that question, and in case you think I'm talking to myself, my producer can hear me. He's telling me, he's feeding me information. He's telling me that actually we've got quite a healthy quantity of this, although I do foresee this being very, very popular. Now, let me show you exactly what you're getting here. We've just been talking about the idea of creating charm designs. Maybe you want to give someone the key to your heart.
Ed.
Gold-plated sterling silver key charms. These are quite small. They're quite subtle. They're 12 by 3 mil in size. You get 25 of them in total there. You can see everything you're going to get here. You have got high-end on top of high-end. Gold-plated sterling silver. So you've got that malleability that we were discussing earlier from the silver. And of course, you've got that very high-end finish from the gold plating. Now, we know from experience and from speaking to our guest designers and our customers who have successfully made that transition from being hobbyists into small business owners, that these quirkier cuts, not just of gemstones, but within your findings as well, tend to be big sellers. They tend to capture people's imaginations, and actually they elevate you onto that next level, don't they? I think if people are working with very traditional findings, you know, a lobster claw clasp that everybody's seen in aluminium, for example, and then you come along and you've got gold-plated sterling silver little key charms, they're going to think, oh, this person's working on a slightly higher level. And here, once again, another wholesale deal, 25 pieces in total. Of course, this gives us the ability to offer you the best value on the market for precious and semi-precious metals. This could actually become a little, maybe, trademark of your designs. For example, you could just use these on the end of an extender chain. Could become a little, sort of your own little branding, if you like. In fact, I know that lots of people enjoying the metal stamping at the moment. You could actually maybe stamp a little initial, something. I think you'd struggle to get a date on there. It's quite small. Certainly an initial on either side. That'd be quite a nice idea. And again, that feeds back into Sarah's rationale of, you know, creating a buzz around your stall by doing some jewellery making live and allowing people to personalise their jewellery. I think creating a little buzz is going to attract more attention to your designs than anything else. I've already got lots of people interested at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. As I say, we've got a fairly healthy quantity, but who knows how long it will hang around for. Here comes your price point right now for 25 gold-plated sterling silver key charms. Another add it to your order price. Just $6.95. So if you've paid your P&P today, if you've already invested £2.95 and you've already got an order winging its way to you, you can add this to your order for as little as $6.95. And that's probably the best way to really make an informed decision to see whether or not these will suit the kind of designs you put together. I mean, you might find that until you have them in your hand, your creative juices don't really start flowing. Once you've got those little key charms, an idea might just come to you. You might have that eureka moment. So especially when it's a price point as little as $6.95 for gold-plated sterling silver, for me, it's a must-have. Get it home, see it in the flesh, match it up with different gemstones, different designs. See whether it's going to be something you integrate into your designs that will add something. If so, job's done, $6.95. If not, you can send it straight back to me using your 30-day money-back guarantee. Lots of people coming through on the free phone number right now. Of course, at $6.95 for gold-plated sterling silver charms. I'm not surprised we've got so much interest. So add it to your order price. I'm going to leave that one with you. That is our final pick of the week item. We're going to move on because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and this is probably the ultimate idea of a bundle. Now, when we first started our journey on Jewellery Maker, we were traditionally centered around our jewellery making kits. And this is the concept that we'll be looking at later in the show with Sarah, who's working with one now. And our kits tend to contain everything you need to create a set of jewellery. So you get your gemstones, your threading materials, and a pack of findings. Now the findings are your component parts, the things you need to complete your designs and to enhance your designs. When we first started, we had one findings option, and I think it was around 25 pieces of sterling silver. That's the only option we had, and of course that was perfect for getting started with the hobby. But as we've evolved over the last 4 years, as you have evolved as jewellery makers, as crafters, we need more variation. We need more design scope, and that's what we've put together. So we put together a much more eclectic and comprehensive findings pack, 115 pieces, which have, for example, a metre of chain. They've got your ribbon cord ending, something we would never even have thought about in the first year of trading here at Jewellery Maker, because it just wasn't something that was in demand. But of course, as different braiding techniques have become more popular, we need the ribbon cord endings. We need to have detailed clasps, you know, because people start to recognise, well, every single Jewellery Maker here's got the same lobster claw clasps. Now we've got these sort of matte finish, detailed slider clasps, for example. Let's have a look at that. You see, these have got that floral finish, so popular. Now, I've asked my producer to hold off giving you the code on this particular item because it's a real wholesale opportunity. It's the chance for everyone to really stock up on their findings. And as I say, these are the essential items. Now, whether you enjoy working with girly gemstones, vibrant gemstones, silver clay, soutache cord, it doesn't matter, because you're always going to need your essential findings. Now, I wanted to give everybody an equal opportunity to get involved with this because I envisage it being very, very popular. It's a trade show style offer. What we've done is we've taken one of each of our 115 piece findings packs, bundled them together to give you the 3 alternative looks. You've got your rose gold, your yellow gold, and your antique bronze, and you can start dialing right now. Here comes your code for a trade show offer on your findings. 345 pieces in total. This really goes to highlight how far we've come in the last 4 years. Of course, it's our birthday on Sunday, and I'm talking about a time on Jewellery Maker when we were in our first year, when, you know, we were just really feeling our way through the hobby ourselves. We were really heavily reliant on feedback from our customers, feedback from our guest designers, who would inform our buying habits. They would tell us, you know, I remember sitting in meetings with the channel manager Paula and Sarah, for example, who would say, well, these are really big right now, these are really big, and Paula and I were like, okay, we'll buy some of them then. That was the case, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, we used to just come in and say, have you seen this? And they'd be like, oh, well, what's that? You know,
should we have this?
Yeah. So I used to be bringing lots of product, lots of different styles of things to the channel, which is great, and it's how it's evolved.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely. And that's really enabled us to stay in touch with all the crafters out there, all the jewellery makers, because of course we're working day in, day out very closely with people who not only do it for a living but are impassioned by the hobby themselves as well. I'm sure Sarah would attest to that. If you weren't here being paid tonight, you'd probably be at home making jewellery anyway.
Probably.
Yeah. And that's, I think, how most of our customers feel. They love the hobby, they can't get enough of it, but of course that frustration of being halfway through the creative process, halfway through creating a beautiful piece of jewellery and not having the correct finding to finish up the design, not a feeling anybody wants to experience really. And this is the way we offer you a wholesale deal. 345 pieces. So we're talking about your antique bronze plated copper, your gold plated copper and your rose gold plated copper. 345 pieces in total, including your head pins, and you generally get 3 different types of head pin in each pack. You've got your shepherd hooks, your toggle clasps, you've got a metre of chain in each, your detailed slider clasps, you've got your clamshell beads, your crimp bead covers, your flower spacers, a variety in each pack. So in some you're going to get your heart-shaped head pins, in others you're going to get your star-shaped head pins. So a real variation of looks within your 3 findings options here. Now I can tell you that as I predicted, we have got a huge demand for this particular item. Already people flying in taking 2s, some people taking 3s. This is the way to take advantage of the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. And of course, anytime we bring you a star buy deal, we're going to give you a massive saving. Congratulations to Gina, Vanessa, Christine, Sheila, Janet, you've got 2, Diane, you've got 2, Anne, you've got 3, Victoria, you're there, Gillian, Eleanor, Sue, Chrissy, people flying in now on our free phone number. And my producer's just told me that he's going to give you an even better price than the one you can currently see online at JewelleryMaker.com. So if you're umming and ahhing, don't panic. We're going to go even lower than the price point you can see. I should say, the price you can see was the intended star buy price. That already offered you the best value in the market. We're going to go one further. Sorry, right, I misunderstood. I thought we were going to go down to $17.95. You mean everyone can already see the price point at $17.95? Okay. So congratulations to everybody who came in early. That's the way to do it. Ensure yours are heading your way. And then, of course, if we can give you an even better price, we will. Don't forget, at Jewellery Maker, the more interest we see on the lines, the lower we can go, basically, because if we think the item's going to sell out, we know we're not going to get in too much trouble for the price point, basically. Whereas if it doesn't sell out, we've got a bit low, we might get in trouble. That's generally how producers think. I know, I used to be one. $17.95 is the current price point, our intended star buy price, but you can see the price is already falling down, and we're now down to $14.95. That's less than £5 for each findings pack. Absolutely incredible value, and of course, it allows you to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, because if you were to buy all 3 packs individually, it would cost you $27.85. So in 60 minutes time, it will cost you $27.85. Right now, you can have them to order for $14.95. If somebody came up to you 2 years ago and said, do you want to buy 115 pieces of gold-plated copper for less than £5, you would have snapped the hand off. I would have snapped the hand off to sell on Jewellery Maker, because that isn't a price point we could have brought you 2 years ago.
I know, it's amazing.
That's incredible value, isn't it? I remember when we were, you know, jumping for joy when we introduced the 32 pieces of silver, jumping from the 25 to 32. Now you can get 345 pieces.
I can remember the first findings pack I got that had chain in. And I actually phoned up and said, there's a mistake. There's a problem here. There is a problem here. This findings pack has got chain in it.
We have a problem.
Yeah, and it was literally that earth-shattering. And I was like, well, you know, it was just opened the door to jewellery making that much more. So we'd had head pins, we'd had a few eye pins, we'd possibly had, you know, you might have had a bit of wire, but we didn't have a lot of wire back then either.
No,
so
we had the really high end silver fine wire, didn't we? We didn't have the big reels, the 100-metre reels. No.
And then this findings pack turned up with the chain in, and I was just like, I had to have a really long phone conversation just to check it was all okay. I'm saying, this can't be right because it's got chain in it. No, it's fine.
That's
like,
the interesting thing about the way we've evolved as a channel, because of course, like I said, we've taken our lead from you as designers and from our customers, even just saying like, what do you want?
Yeah.
And hopefully everybody out there still feels that way. Of course, if you want to contact me directly, go to my Facebook page, let me know of anything that maybe you've seen in the market that you want us to stock, or maybe we used to stock that you can't find anymore. Let us know. I'll always feed this information back to the buying team and the management staff here at Jewellery Maker, but I have to say, I am so impressed that we can bring you even things like the ribbon cord ends. I imagine this has really enhanced the finish you can put to your braided designs, for example.
It just changes the way you finish off ribbon, satin cord, your suede cord, all of those threading materials. And it just opened up the possibilities of multi-stranded threads. You know, before we were struggling, you know, how do I finish them off? I've got to make a knot, or use a bit of wire or a head pin just to clasp it shut, you know, and now we've got those. That just changed it.
I might get in trouble of you for saying this, but I would think, like, you know, just from my point of view, not having done any, I think like braided techniques are on the side where people could potentially still view that as sort of homemade craft work as opposed to, you know, bespoke jewellery.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they are quite traditional things that you might even do as a kid. You might make friendship bracelets or what have you.
The styles of the knots are the same as the friendship bracelets that you might have made as a child. They are very much that, but it's the materials you use and the finish that you put to them that changes it for you into, you know, a more professional feel.
Absolutely right. And I suppose it might have been only about 12 months ago, really, that the ribbon cord ends were introduced, maybe 18 months,
Yeah, it's not been that long.
It's not that long, but now, of course, we are bringing you a wholesale deal on your findings collection. 345 pieces here at what I would describe as a wholesale price, less than £5 a pack, based on the fact that you get 115 pieces of 3 different colour tones here. Your antique bronze, your yellow gold, and your rose gold plated copper. All available at a star buy price of $14.95. Of course, the original star buy price was $17.95. It's just that my producer's feeling very, very generous. Over 100 of those have now been allocated, but if you do want to add that to your order, we still have some remaining in stock. We're going to leave that there. We're going to move on. We've got a lot to fit in. Okay. Now this is one strand that when we were going through the schedules before the show, I actually said, if this doesn't sell out, I'm going to eat my hat. Pete, have my hat at the ready, my friend, just in case, but I don't think this is a strand of gemstones that any jewellery maker can ignore. Talking about plain rounds of pearls. 10 mil plain rounds. I mean, you literally have to do no work whatsoever. Restrand it, add sterling silver or gold-plated clasp where you've got all your findings because you've just taken advantage of that deal.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you really do not need to do anything with that strand other than restrand it. If you've got the silk with the needles on and put a little knot in between.
Oh, the knotter tool.
Yeah, so we had the knotting tool earlier, but also on the day show on Tuesday we had a big bundle of all the silk cords with the needles on specifically for pearls.
For pearl knotting, yes.
And so you've got all of that available to you as a jewellery maker to just create that really classic look from that strand. But you can take it on a really modern vibe. I mean, you could add different coloured beads in between, you know, if you wanted to add a rose quartz as a focal point or something like that. You can really take it on a modern sort of twist. But pearls just go with everything,
don't they?
They do.
And they span the generations.
Oh, definitely.
Because it doesn't... I've actually got photographic evidence of this I've shown on the show where My 8-year-old daughter is wearing pearls at her first day of communion, but so is her auntie, so is her mum, so is her grandmum. You know, everybody. Single female generation of the family, apart from my grandmother, are wearing pearls.
And I think it's because they go with so many outfits as well. I mean, if you've got a specific coloured outfit that you think, I can't find anything to go with it, your pearls will go with it.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
I mean, the first thing that happened to me today when I walked through the door was that Sheila said, "Is your mum happy with the pearls?" Because my mum snapped her pearls.
Yeah.
She gave them to me to get them repaired, obviously, because I work at Jewellery Maker. And first of all, they sat on my sideboard for like 3 weeks. Then I gave them to Sheila. Then Sheila was ill for like 6 weeks. Yeah. And I used to get phone call literally every single day. In fact, my producer knows for a fact, my mum, we'd be prepping the show and we'd be like, "Did you get my pearls?" I'm like, "Sheila's not here, mum." Yeah. Just deal with it. But the first thing that happened is I walked in the door, she was like, "Does she like your pearls?" And I did have to say, she made up because, you know, seamless from Sheila, but her pearls, she needed her pearls basically. That's the thing. They end up being your everyday and your special occasion piece, don't they?
That's it. They're one of those ones that I say never go back in the jewellery box, because they're always, you take them off at night and you put them back on in the morning and they don't go in the jewellery box. And I've got about 3 pieces of jewellery that either sit on my nightstand next to my bed, and they go on in the morning, and I take them off at night, and it's about 3 different necklaces that I wear. One is a rose quartz necklace that is just literally rose quartz, silver spacer bead, rose quartz, and one is a pearl necklace. And so, you know, they've got those sort of 3 items that just never get put away because I just wear them all the time.
That goes to show the versatility of them, because they can be worn with any outfit, and of course how sought after they are. You wanted to own them. Everybody seems to own them. I saw a strand of pearls, a pearl necklace, probably a very similar finish to this. They were uniform in size, but not necessarily, you know, perfect rounds. These do have very, very slight inclusions on the surface of the pearls, but they are all 10mm rounds. And I mean, it could have taken well over 5 years to culture pearls this size.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe up to 7.5, 8 years to culture pearls this size. But what I was going to say is, I saw this pearl necklace. It had a sterling silver clasp, and I said to Hannah Osborne, another of our designers here, I said, "Oh, it was £135, Hannah." She was like, "You should have bought it, because you probably could have sold it for over 200. Yeah. Like, that's how much pearl necklaces cost. And of course, no real work's gone into that other than the pearl knotting itself.
That's it. And if you've got the silk and you've got a knotting tool, I know that Jewellery Maker do various styles of the knotting tools, but they all do a very similar job. Just it depends on how you want to work, whether you're happy to work with both hands or you want to use a tool that's desk-based. You know, once you've got those mediums, you can make and string your own pearls on silk, put your own sterling silver clasps on them, and you can be either making heirloom pieces for the entire family,
of course,
or if you do sell your jewellery, be selling on a beautiful piece of jewellery
with a little markup, because it's probably going to be bought by a bride.
Yeah. and bridal commissions are one of those where, if you do look at what's out there in the market for handmade bridal jewellery,
oh my word,
and I'm not
pay
talking
4 figures.
Yeah, oh yeah, and that's handmade bridal jewellery. That's not your big bridal house what they're selling with the dresses.
And we're talking 5 figures.
Crazy.
Sometimes that's not beyond.
That's why I didn't have.
I've seen people who have bought £10,000 tiaras for their wedding. They're going to wear it one day.
I know. That's why I didn't have a made tiara. I had one of the sort of pre-made ones that are stamped out, if you like, because I couldn't afford one.
It looks like this is going to be a sellout, so I don't think I'm going to have to eat the Wall of Fame hat. But let's get the price on screen, because we still have single figures of availability remaining. £19.95. I mean, that is one that can really allow you to justify a lot of the time and effort that you're putting into other designs. So you can dedicate a little bit more time to some of your more elaborate, say, wirework designs, because you know you're going to quadruple your money off just restranding these beautiful pearls.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
That's the way you've got to start thinking if you are selling your jewellery designs. You've got to factor in the cost of the stock, as well as the time it's taking you to create the item. Potentially, you know, you might have to cover the cost of a stall or a pitch at a certain event. But when you can invest in some of Mother Nature's creations, like these beautiful pearls, you can see that these have been hand carved within the shell. Got these very, very slight organic inclusions on the surface, but it's all about the roundness. 10mm. Almost perfect rounds, beautiful buzz. They're available for $19.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because I've got another very, very exciting option to offer you the most incredible value of the night. This is going to represent the best value on gemstones I can bring you all night long. It's a 10-strand super saver. Now, traditionally, we'd always do a 10-strand super saver as a star buy because of the value it represents, but tonight, I only have a limited number available. So, we're throwing it in. Right now, we are going to provide you with the best value of the day here on Jewellery Maker. Now, all day long on Jewellery Maker, we bring you the best value for genuine gemstones. We're about to bring you the best value of the day on Jewellery Maker. So we're going above and beyond on this particular bundle. And the idea is that the more items we bundle together, the lower we can take that wholesale price. Have a look at what we've got for you here. This is one, I would say, for the beginners based on what we've discussed so far this evening. Lots of plain and faceted rounds. Have a look at this. Beautiful white agate, 6mm in size, giving you 100 carats. Lots of neutrality from that particular strand. Then I've got your 10mm rounds of your royal blue quartz, 250 carats there, and those are 10mm plain rounds. I've also got your 6mm plain rounds of royal blue quartz. Then I've got yellow quartz. Oh, I love that as a combination. These are your 10mm rounds of yellow quartz, plain rounds again. Royal blues and daffodil yellows work so well together. I've also got 10mm of your green quartz, very similar colour tone that you'd associate with adventuring perhaps, that sort of pastel apple green tone. And while we're talking about adventuring, have a look at these, bit of dynamism from your adventuring triangles here. So those are again going to add that little bit of texture into your designs potentially. And of course they'll provide you with lots of different design opportunities. Then let's have a look at these. Green quartz in your 6mm. Slight more density of colour there, more of a forest green than a pastel tone, but again very, very easy to work with. Then I've got your faceted rounds of green quartz. These are 6mm rounds as well. So these are really useful base tones to have within your gemstone collection. Also got your beautiful pink quartz. Same colour tone that you'd find with your rose quartz. Works perfect with those pastel greens, doesn't it? And on top of that, your Peridot. 4mm faceted rounds, very versatile, perfect for so many different disciplines, of course, but I only have a limited number available. And here comes your price point this evening, a 10-strand super saver for $19.95. That's less than £2 a strand for what I would describe as some of those essential gemstones to have in your collection. The primary colour tones, the pastel colour shades, all in your plain rounds here, other than of course your triangular adventurines. And I don't think any of these strands are available for $1.99 on the website, so this really represents incredible value. 10-strand super saver, all available right now for $19.95. And as I say, if you want to take advantage of that deal, you need to act immediately. Start dialing that free phone number, or alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. We've got lots of people placing this in their baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. Francesca, Louise, Marion, new buyers as well. But of course, to avoid disappointment, check out. Otherwise, we could have phone buyers coming through to take advantage of this deal, and your bundle could be allocated to their order. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, act now to avoid disappointment. Even on our super saving bundles, you still have your 30-day money-back guarantee to make a final decision. So if you get them home and you don't think they're quite right for your design, send it straight back. But of course, the only way to make an informed decision is to see these gemstones in the flesh, to match them up with other colour combinations. That's when you're going to get a real feel for whether these will work within your designs, and of course if they do, then you can produce some very profitable jewellery, because you're paying as little as £1.99 a strand for genuine gemstones. I can tell you, you can't even get a meal for your kids at a fast food restaurant for £1.99. It's £2.49 these days. Say, I wasn't very happy with that meal. £19.95 for 10 strands of genuine gemstones, some of Mother Nature's finest creations. A beautiful variation of colour tones there. I'm going to leave this one with you at £19.95. It will only be available at that price for 60 minutes. So if you are umming and ahhing, don't forget you have got that 30-day money-back guarantee. I'm going to leave that there. We're going to move on. We've got a lot to fit in before our next star buy opportunity. Ooh, this is beautiful. This is one of the probably the most sort of engaging strands of Chalcedony I've ever presented here at Jewellery Maker. And it's not just about the colour tones. I mean, it is feeding into it, because real feeling of vibrancy, not just from the tangerine tones, but also from the variation of colour tones from your sort of Colombian emerald into your forest greens there. And just have a look at these icy blue Chalcedonies as well. Beautiful finish to the gemstones, because you've got that vibrancy in the colour tone. Where they've been faceted, you're getting a beautiful bit of sparkle. And I think sometimes when people are working with the more vibrant colour tones, they tend to lean towards fashion jewellery designs. That's in my experience. But actually, if you research traditional jewellery looks and vintage looks, they actually really did incorporate much more vibrant colour tones than I think we used to see. And actually, when people are creating those looks, they tend to rely on the antique bronze wire, antique bronze findings. Can you imagine this beautiful, rich, tangerine Chalcedony with antique bronze findings? I think it would look spectacular. We're also going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction. It will only be available for 60 minutes. This is the finest quality Chalcedony we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Let's have a look at our current price. Wow, we're already down to £12.95. And the Rondelles themselves range in size from 6x3 to 10x5. So again, lots of versatility, lots of design scope, not just from the colour tones, but also from the sizes and the way they've been faceted. And of course, now is your best opportunity to get involved, because we are taking that price down to £7.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of Chalcedony. My producers just handed back everyone a crisp £5 note. You know what that means? Well, A, if the man's knocking on your door right now with a pizza, you can give him a tip. Or, alternatively, we can try and find another add it to your order price this evening before 9 PM. You've just saved yourself £5. I can tell you, we've got fewer than 20 of these available. It is a Gems of Distinction strand at a clearance price. Congratulations to Siobhan, Catherine, Kimberly, Nazreen, Lynn, Louise. Oh, I like that name, Siobhan. Yeah, my first girlfriend was called Siobhan. Not very interesting, but this is something that is very, very interesting. Gems of Distinction strands at clearance prices. I've got people multi-buying this strand. We're now down to single figures of availability. Looks to me like this is going to be a sellout this evening. So if you are umming and ahhing, then make that decision right now, and then you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on, because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. The graphics are on screen. We are about to launch a premiere strand of Rainbow Moonstone. Now, this is one of the most popular gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. In fact, we've already discussed the reasons we believe that that's the case, because of the gorgeous optical phenomenon that lives within this gemstone known as adulorescence. Real colour play inside the gemstones themselves. I'm just going to try and isolate one, turn it away from the studio light so I can show you that. There you go. Gorgeous electric blue tone that lives within the gemstone. It's actually created because when the light enters the gemstone, it's bent at a number of different angles, because you've actually got almost a grid-like formation of different elements within the gemstone, and the light is bent at different angles. It disperses throughout the gemstone and basically just bounces around inside, giving you this almost inner glow. That's what makes the gemstone so popular. That's what captures so many people's imagination about Rainbow Moonstone. A gemstone that has been revered since 100 AD. I was saying earlier that the ancient Romans originally believed that these were shards of moonlight, and that's where the gemstone takes its name from. But for me, yes, we know that that's not 100% accurate now, but sort of feeds into the narrative behind the gemstone, the prestige behind the gemstone, that even back then when they didn't have, you know, the same scientific capabilities that we have now, they still recognized the visual impact, the aesthetic beauty of this beautiful gemstone, and they still managed to cut and facet the gemstone and set it into jewellery design. So they weren't getting too many things wrong, and actually their version of events is a little bit more romantic and mystical, isn't it? The idea of someone placing a shard of moonlight inside a beautiful gemstone, I think that's quite a romantic ideology.
It's really nice, and you know, I just think Moonstone is one of those gemstones that really does capture a lot of people. When they get up close and they see the effect. It's like Labradorite. When you show people and you say this is all natural,
yeah,
and it really captures people, and it's a beautiful tone that a lot of people can wear. So it's just a really lovely one, and it works so beautifully with so many other gemstones as a sort of companion gemstone.
Absolutely.
So it's a really nice one to have in your stash. It works beautifully with pinks. If you put it with blue gemstones, it just really emphasises that sort of optical quality as well.
And also, like 7 years ago, before I started working for the company, before I had any interest in gemstones or jewellery, if somebody said to me, you know, this is a bit of crystal, a bit of glass, and this is quartz, I wouldn't have cared about the difference. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't have that passion that I have now for gemstones and gemstone jewellery. So
yeah, and when you work with it, you know the value, you know the worth of the gemstones. You can see it in them. You can see the work that's gone into getting that from the mine onto that strand for you to use. You can see it. So
yeah, I suppose that's the difference between, for example, a piece of blue glass and a piece of blue quartz and Rainbow Moonstone. Yeah. Because of course that optical property, you can actually see it come into life in front of you, can't
There's
you?
nothing you can do to make that happen. It just happens because of the makeup of the gemstone. It's nothing been put onto the gemstone to make it happen. So it's even more special that that natural quality is there.
It's fantastic. It really encapsulates everything that is mystical and romantic about a gemstone. Now, I can tell you we are going to give you an exclusive premiere launch price. So if you've been looking at this and you've been umming and ahhing, don't panic. This is going to be your best opportunity to get hold of this strand. Of course, you've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not making a final decision right now. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. This is the price that we will probably see this strand at tomorrow morning, or even in 60 minutes time. $19.95. Absolutely exceptional. Easily represents the best value on the market for the quality of Rainbow Moonstone that you've got here, especially when you consider the fact that you've got this beautiful faceted finish. But tonight, as a premiere launch, we are going to give you an exclusive star buy price. Should be $19.95 right now. Add it to your order for $14.95. Now the beauty of a price point like that is you know that you should be paying $19.95. You know that in 60 minutes it will return to that original price point of $19.95. But if you are maybe struggling to make that decision, now we've handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. So there's absolutely no risk involved. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and then decide whether or not this is suitable for your jewellery designs. Premiere launch of 135 carats of Rainbow Moonstone, available right now for $15.95. That is an exclusive launch price and only available for the next 60 minutes. Beautiful Rainbow Moonstone, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, of course, so that represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. Lots and lots of interest on the free phone number, and of course people adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to take advantage, there is still some stock available, so you can have that jewellery right now for $15.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible late show deals, including the launch of a brand new jewellery kit. Don't go away.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay one P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
This Sunday, join us on Jewellery Maker as we celebrate our 4th birthday. We've got a jam-packed show in store featuring many of our guest designers to share their knowledge and skills, and we'll be introducing you to some brand new products, new tools, exclusive strands, brand new DVDs and much, much more. So join us this Sunday and help us to celebrate this very special day, Jewellery Maker's 4th birthday.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium. Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. We are, of course, halfway through the late show now. My name's Ed. If you are just joining us, where have you been? You've missed out on so many deals. Don't panic, we've got some more exceptional deals coming your way, including this beautiful jewellery kit, which As you can hear, Sarah is having a smashing time with it over there. Come on, come on. No need for the booze. This is a gorgeous kit. This has been put together by my producer. 3 strands of gemstones. Your traditional threading materials. You've got Iolite, pink opal, and beautiful blue Chalcedony. You've got your findings. These are your silver flash copper, so you're getting over 100 pieces. And you've also got your memory wire. So this is going to be very, very popular. I know how popular the memory wire is at the best of times, but when you're getting this kind of value, where you get all of your gemstones, all of your findings, and threading materials as well, I think this is going to be a sellout tonight. And I can tell you that we have only got double figures of availability on this particular kit. Now our kits usually are, filtered into our morning show because, that's the concept that the channel was originally based on, the idea of having our expert designer who can provide us with inspiration, and of course, we provide you with everything you need to get started with the hobby. In all honesty, I don't think we're even going to get an opportunity to look at Sarah's designs before this sells out, because I know how popular memory wire is. The gemstones are fantastic. They're so complementary, actually. We're not really getting the opportunity to appreciate that on the black steps. We're losing the Iolite a little there. There you go, beautiful combination of gemstones there, both in their finish and their colour tones. I love it. So we're going to have a look at what Sarah's been creating with that in around about 15-20 minutes time, so not long to go at all. But before that, we've got lots of deals to get through. Of course, we are determined to find and add it to your order price for each and every one of you. Where are we starting? Very, very popular gemstone, traditionally over the summer months because it's August birthstone, but actually, as we all know, this is Mother Nature's base tone. It goes with any other colour. Every flower has a green stem before Mother Nature decides on the colour of the petals. So we tend to see green gemstones as being very versatile, very eclectic, working with a number of different gemstones. And here you've got over 200 carats of beautifully vibrant peridot. I have to say, this particular strand of peridot has proved to be very, very popular with jewellery makers. We've got just 13 strands remaining in stock, so very, very limited availability. And of course, maybe, we've talked a lot about the idea of selling your designs or elevating your hobby into a business, but lots of people, haven't necessarily got the time to dedicate to actually selling their designs, but they do use their crafting skills in order to create beautiful gifts for loved ones. And of course, if you are going down that route, if people are, tending to create birthday presents for somebody, birthstones are the perfect addition to any bespoke piece of jewellery because it shows the individual that you were thinking about them and how much you care about them. This is August birthstone. Gorgeous variety of peridot here because you're getting all those rich, fiery, vibrant lime green tones from this particular gemstone. Very organic finish here as the nuggets themselves range in size from 5x3 to 14x6, and here comes your price point for the last few in stock. $14.95, very, very low price point when you consider what you're getting hold of here. A gemstone which has taken, well, potentially thousands of years in the making, because of course this is the only other gemstone that we know that actually forms in the Earth's crust, just like a diamond does. And actually, the sort of extreme temperatures and pressures that this gemstone has had to go through in order to form these beautiful crystals is almost evident, isn't it, in the colour tone that we see there. Gorgeous vibrancy, real fire from this gemstone. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now because we are now down to single figures of availability. Looks to me like it's going to be a sellout strand and it's available right now for $14.95. We're going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Oh dear, how many of these have we got? Okay, not too bad in terms of availability. The reason I say that is that I know this is going to be a very, very popular auction. Oh, we're not on Gems TV and it's not an auction. My apologies. We did mention it earlier in the show because we bought you a soutache bundle which featured 4 large cabochons. Tend to be very popular with all of our soutache designers because those designs tend to stem from one large cabochon in the centre. Of course, as we also mentioned, cabochons tend to be very popular with wire workers as well because they can create the settings that will hold those gemstones. Of course, cabochons have no drill hole, but they have this flat bottom finish and then this domed finish on the other side, which very intense, oh my word, regal purple tone, which I think most people associate with this gemstone. And you know, green quartz that we saw in our soutache bundle, yes, that's a very popular colour tone and it's going to work in so many different designs, but not necessarily going to evoke the same level of emotions within people as amethyst, the gemstone of romance, the Valentine's gemstone, February's birthstone. Just been discussing the importance of working with birthstones. So this particular gemstone is ticking so many boxes for us as jewellery makers. The other key thing that I would say about amethyst is that it allows you as jewellery makers to do direct comparisons. You can go on the high street, you can see amethyst of very, very similar quality, and of course that will almost inform you as a jewellery maker of the kind of price points that people are prepared to pay to get amethyst into their collection. Hopefully the colour tone's coming through there, because anytime I put something dark behind a gemstone, it seems to slightly alter the way that we see the gemstone. As soon as you get a little bit of light passing through that, you can see that beautiful, intense purple tone. Now, what we're guaranteeing you here is 190 carats of amethyst. Now, that could be spread across any number of gemstones. On this sample, I've got 12 different gemstones. You could potentially get 5 gemstones, 190 carats though, so you're bound to have 1 or 2 real huge examples, or you could get these. I mean, these are all quite a standard size, quite a similar size actually, but you've got 12 gemstones there. And again, I actually gave people this idea the other day, and I actually stole it off Angela Edwards, our sort of business guru here at Jewellery Maker. She runs the business workshops. She was saying that if she saw a gemstone strand like of big slabs, or I bet the cabochons work in the exact same way, she wouldn't create any jewellery designs out of them. She'd probably sell them as individual gemstones for, say, like £3.50 each. You don't have to do any work. It makes your store look a bit more dynamic. And of course, these are the kind of things that maybe like a kid with a bit of pocket money is going to definitely be drawn towards, particularly if it's their birthstone, because it will mean something to them. 190 carats in total. I only have a limited number remaining in stock, and I've already got lots of interest, so congratulations to Julie, Rosalind, Anne, an anonymous buyer, a new buyer, you're coming through as well. Looks to me like it could be another sellout item this evening, so here comes your price. $15.95, if I remember rightly. Oh, we are now down to one of the lowest ever prices. But am I right in saying that we launched this item? So there you go. We actually brought you your first bite of the cherry, and now we're bringing you the last in stock 190 carats of amethyst cabochons, available right now for $15.95. And for all of the soutache workers out there, this has to be a must-have item. If you want to get involved, it's available right now for $15.95. I'm going to leave that one there. Just going to quickly funnel those back. Oh, there we go. That's good. Where are we moving on to, sorry? Okay, we're going to go with another variety of the cabochons. This time your purple quartz. I like the way they've accounted for the fact that I was going to say purple quartz, so amethyst then, but actually this is your natural quartz, but then it's actually a dyeing agent that's applied to the gemstone to give you this rich purple tone. These are more like lavender tones. Oh, we've got fewer than 20 of this particular item, this cabochon item, and you've got 340 carats here, but you actually do get 5 uniform pieces in your quartz. So this is your largest variety. I mean, that is crying out to be a real showcase soutache design, isn't it? So that's your largest one. Then you've got 2 of the medium-sized cabochons. Again, these are going to be statement sizes. Tell you now, I'm already down to single figures of availability, so if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. If you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, just click to buy now and add this to your basket. So those are your 2 mediums, and then just have a look at these, your 2 smaller ones. Even they're quite large, aren't they? So 5 pieces in total, 3 variations in the size, giving you 340 carats, but it's all about the rich femininity that you get from this gorgeous purple quartz. Already people flying in, as I say, single figures of availability remaining in stock, and this is why. $7.95, absolutely out of this world. For me, a must-have item. Maybe you're watching Jewellery Maker right now, and you know that your best friend is into soutache. Maybe cabochons are of no interest to you, but Jean from the beading group loves doing soutache work. I'll get this right now. You're going to make a friend for life. When you turn up and give Jean her cabochons, it's going to be her round at the bar, put it that way. $7.95, and add it to your order price right now, but we are down to single figures of availability. Our quantity bar is just catching us up now, so if you do want to take advantage of this deal, then start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com and add these beautifully feminine quartz cabochons to your order for just $7.95. Looks to me like it's going to be a sellout deal, so if you do want to take advantage of that, dial that free phone number right now. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. I'm going to move on to... Oh. I was just worried then. Thought we'd misplaced a strand of gemstones. It's just telling me to go to one box, there was nothing in there. Have a look at this. Now, wow. This is actually a variety of sapphire that we definitely do not see very often here at Jewellery Maker, and I will tell you why. This is found in Songea, and it's quite a heavily mined region of the world. Actually, we find a few different varieties of gemstones in that area. And as a result, you've always got some of the really big gemstone traders in those locations. That's the problem. So when you're pulling out lots of tanzanite out of a certain region, you only have to drive sort of less than 50 kilometers to get to the mine where Songea sapphire is available. Tends to be that the really elite jewelers, the top end, tend to monopolize the Songea sapphire market, and as a result, if you stroll up as Jewellery Maker and say, oh, can we have some Songea sapphire, they'll say, on your bike. But fortunately, here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone company, so we are part of the company that is responsible for some of the biggest coloured gemstone trading on the planet, certainly one of the biggest gemstone buyers on the planet. And those links with the mine owners, very established links as well, because of course the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, does all of his own gemstone hunting, travels around the world to source these gemstones direct from the mines. And of course that has a few different benefits actually. One, of course, the longer that you actually work together with somebody, the more of a trusting relationship that builds up, which allows us to get the best deals on genuine gemstones. On top of that, we're only ever going to bring to you ethically sourced gemstones. And so, you know, if you do personally visit the mines, of course, the mine owners know they can't be behaving in any unscrupulous ways. Not that I'm saying anybody would, but of course, you know, when the people that you're trading with are there, they're on site, they're present, you know, it just brings a little bit more authenticity to the trading itself, so it doesn't leave anybody under any illusions about what's expected in terms of the quality of the gemstones and the treatment of the miners, and of course the best value. Just have a look at this, 40 carats of Songea sapphire, and I love the colour tones that you get here. That gorgeous variation between the pastel tones coming from those green sapphires, which is actually the most common colour tone for beautiful sapphire. Then you've got your rich ruby reds as well, and actually you get a few subtle tanzanite blues and purple tones coming. Wow, purple Songea sapphire, that is something very, very special. So you've got one of the most common colour tones of sapphire and one of the rarest colour tones of sapphire all on one strand here, and a very organic feel to the gemstones themselves, but not in that sort of textured way that you get from the sharp chips and nuggets. These have actually had this soft polished finish to them, so something very, very individual about this particular strand. It of course comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It's not a variety of sapphire I'd expect to see very often here on Jewellery Maker, but of course we pride ourselves on being able to provide you with the rarest gemstones at the best possible price. I will say there is a lot of gemstones on this particular strand. It's a 45 centimetre strand, so just under half a metre of gemstones here. We're talking about the early days here at Jewellery Maker. I think all of the strands were about 26 centimetres back in the day. Does that sound right to you?
They weren't very, they weren't as long as they are now, so yeah, they probably were a little bit shorter. Yeah,
yeah, look at that. Look how many gemstones you've got there. We normally, put it this way, we normally are able to measure our strands on a 30 centimetre ruler. Not today, I would suggest. This is a bit like one of those washing up ads now. Just goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, half again. There you go. So sort of 50% on what we would consider a traditional length here at Jewellery Maker. So a lot of gemstones there. It is proving to be very, very popular, and we have gone global already. Better value here at Jewellery Maker than Bertha can source across the pond there in the States. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now to put yourself to the front of the queue. Alternatively, you can click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. 40 carats of Songea sapphire. And if you are maybe in two minds, maybe you want to do your own research into Songea sapphires, you've got 30 days to indulge in that, because we will give you a money-back guarantee. Right now, you're not making your decision. Right now, you're just putting yourself in the market to own 40 carats of beautiful Songea sapphires, and here comes your price point. $17.95. Less than 50p a carat. Don't tell the mine owners. 40 carats of Songea sapphire for $17.95. Less than 50p a carat for one of the rarest varieties of sapphires available on the market. We can't say fairer than that. In fact, I don't really know how we do this, even though I've just explained it in detail how we do it. I still am taken aback. It's strange because, of course, my sort of roots within the industry are in selling gemstone jewellery for our sister channel Gems TV, and so when I think of the kind of carat weights that we used to provide for the price points, something doesn't add up on Jewellery Maker. But do you know what? This is what really impassions us here at Jewellery Maker, the opportunity to give crafters the chance to work with the same gemstones that are being used by some of the biggest designers in the world, the chance for you to offer your clients bespoke jewellery designs but featuring these very high-end elite gemstones. 40 carats of Songea sapphire available right now for $17.95, and as I say, you get quite a lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time to launch our jewellery making kit as a star buy. Okay, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and if you have just tuned in, we are going to have a star buy opportunity roughly every half an hour, and it's our opportunity to either launch a premier strand or provide you with a wholesale deal. And on this occasion, we are really going back to our roots, because the channel Jewellery Maker was originally launched based on this concept, on the jewellery kit concept, that has everything you need to get started with the hobby of jewellery making. 3 strands of gemstones, your essential findings, and your threading materials. Now, when we first launched, we would have, as we said earlier, brought you quite a limited findings option. We didn't used to have monofilament in the early days. It was just beading thread and elastic, but now monofilament is an ever-present in our jewellery kits. So as I say, you've got your silver flash copper findings pack that has 115 pieces of silver flash copper. You've also got your traditional threading materials. So you've got your monofilament, 80 meters, 50 meters of beading thread, and 6 meters of elastic. There's all of your findings. A meter of chain. You've got 3 different kinds of head pins there. In fact, you've got your flat head pins, your detailed head pins, and your fine head pins. You've got your ribbon cord endings, your little spacer beads, your heart-shaped toggle clasp, your normal toggle clasp, your fancy earring findings, your jump rings, your crimp bead covers, and your shepherd hooks. 115 pieces all in all. And now, let's get on to the gemstones themselves. These are exquisite. This is what I think people are interested in when they are investing in bespoke jewellery designs, handmade jewellery designs. They're not necessarily looking for an identical finish to that they'd see on the high street. Some people are, of course, but not everyone. Other people would like to see how Mother Nature put these together. And that's exactly what you get from these kind of gemstones. You get to see the crystal formations. That in turn will feed into your designs. It will provide you with a basis for your creativity, because of course I think most designers will say that they're really led by the gemstones themselves. Do you agree with that, Sarah?
Definitely. I think the gemstones shape, the size, the characteristics of them, the colour, all lead you in a particular direction. And it may also be that, you know, you just learn a particular technique or something else, and that might influence you as well. You know,
absolutely.
There's lots of different things. Or you might have seen something on the high street and you think, actually, yeah, I quite like that layout of that piece of jewellery. Yeah. But it might just be something you've seen out the car window. Yeah,
it really comes in all forms then, I suppose.
But the gemstones themselves do have a lot to do with how the jewellery will come out from a kit. So when you've got gemstones of an organic nature, sometimes the jewellery is a much more flowing, much more organic feel to it. Yeah. Whereas when you have more uniform gemstones, you might go for a more uniform feel in your jewellery.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that makes perfect sense. And of course, with like your pink opal nuggets here, you've got a huge carat weight, you've got a huge number of gemstones, and I envisage the fact that you're going to create quite a textured piece of jewellery, because you've got this variation in the sizes and the cuts. They actually range in size from 3x2 to 13x2, giving you 290 carats. Then we've got your rich violet tone from your Iolite. Over 100 carats here, and again you've got these rough textured nuggets, which range in size from 8x3 to 15x8. Take a look at this. This is your gorgeous blue Chalcedony, but it's almost masquerading as blue lace agate, really. So you've got the exact same finish on the surface of the gemstone. Almost, I always say it almost resembles like cloud formations. That's the way I see it. Maybe I'm a little influenced by the base tone there as well, because it's quite a sky blue or a powder blue tone. I find the gemstone combination really complementary here, because of course you've got those sort of pastel or baby pinks from the opal, you've got the pastel or baby blues from the Chalcedony, and then you've got this intensity from the Iolite, not just from the colour tone, also from the larger textured nuggets there, but it's almost providing you with the dramatic edge to your design, and it's elevating the more subtle pastel tones from the other two gemstone strands. That's the way I see it. Of course, as Sarah's just describing, it really depends what kind of design you put together as to how dramatic the gemstones come across within your piece of jewellery. So those are your 3 strands of gemstones, and I have to say, once again, getting a lot of opal there. I think it's around about 85 centimetres, that particular strand. So you've got your pink opal, gorgeous iolite nuggets, and your polished nuggets of beautiful blue chalcedony. And that is traditionally everything you would get in a jewellery kit, but not tonight. We are also going to add in one of the most popular components that we stock here at Jewellery Maker, and it's not always easy to get hold of. So our suppliers do their best, of course, and we work closely with our suppliers to ensure we get the quickest return times for all of our most popular products, but we can't always guarantee that we're going to have everything in stock. We always aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, but we can't guarantee that we're going to have everything we stock all the time. Memory wire tends to fly out the door very, very quickly, and tonight we're going to include it as part of this kit. So you're going to get your coils of necklace memory wire. You get 10 coils with your necklace memory wire. You've also got your bracelet memory wire. You've got 14 coils there on your bracelet memory wire. And you've got 14 coils of your ring memory wire. Now the reason this is so popular is because it's very versatile for beginners and experienced jewellery makers alike. Now we're going to see the way that Sarah has integrated the memory wire into her designs, and I'm sure they're quite intricate. But I've actually seen somebody pick up some memory wire who's never made any jewellery before, never had any interest in jewellery making, and they made about 4 rings in a day. I will say that this was somebody's child who they brought into the building. They were like 8, and they still managed to make 4 beautiful rings over the course of the day working with the memory wire, because it's so easy. Literally, I'll just show people, that'll give people a good idea. Would chick as a bead, a gemstone, Sarah? Doesn't really matter.
Out the kit then.
Oh, thank you, there we go. And look, it's this simple. You feed the gemstone onto the memory wire, you cut the coil, you've got a ring. There you go, I've just made a ring. Beautiful blue chalcedony ring, it's done. Job's a good one. Okay, now as I suspected, this is proving to be extremely popular here at Jewellery Maker, flying out the door. In fact, we're talking about around about half the stock has already been allocated. I can tell you now that traditionally our jewellery kits are launched at slightly higher prices, but of course here on the Late Show it's our aim to bring you the best value on the market, find and add it to your order price for everyone out there, and we are not going to let you down. Let's have a look at our star buy price for this beautiful jewellery kit. $17.95. If you were to buy all of these items individually any other day, it would set you back £32.20. So quite the saving there, down to $17.95. I've got people literally flying in on the phone lines to get hold of this one. Congratulations to Sheila, Tina, Pat, anonymous buyers, new buyers coming through as well. If you are placing this in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. Very, very popular. I mean, to be honest, to get the gemstones for under £20 really does represent exceptional value, but all of this together, including the memory wire, it was always going to be popular. Let's go and see exactly what Sarah's created working with this. Did you like this kit, Sarah?
Oh, I love this kit. Absolutely. Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning.
What a lovely collection of gemstones as well.
Gorgeous.
And you've got some really lovely tones and shapes in there, so just really easy to work with.
Quite pastel in tone with these two strands, but I think this is really dramatic.
It is.
It
It just adds that little bit of sort of midnight quality to any piece of jewellery, and it just is really lovely to work with. And just really a lovely kit. Whether you're a beginner or an expert, you know, it really doesn't matter. This is a really lovely kit, and you've got all the findings in there you need. I mean, I've just added a bit of wire to the neckline piece. and just a few wire coils onto the memory wire piece. So
love the combination of the two different blue gemstones with this antique bronze wire. Looks fantastic, doesn't it?
I know, it just really changes the feel of it. So you've got silver, it makes it really sort of bright and stand out, whereas the antique bronze gives it that more muted, vintage feel.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a vintage finish, isn't it?
And some people don't like to wear, you know, really bright, shiny metals. You know, they're maybe just looking for that piece to be a little bit more vintage feel, and that's what the antique wire gives you.
And it also allows the gemstones to do the talking, because often if you do set it into sort of really blingy metal, then it's mostly about that. It can detract a little bit, can't you?
Get a little bit lost, I mean, I've been a bit mad with the wire work, but you know.
I quite like that. It's quite free flowing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just really organic wire work, so you never get two connectors that will be exactly the same, but they're of the same line.
Yeah, they're same ilk. Yeah. And is this using the memory wire here?
That's using the memory wire, yes.
So it goes to show how easy it is, although you can make it as simple or as intricate as you like.
It's more of a cuff-shaped bracelet, so it actually stands and sits quite happily apart on your wrist line. So take a little bit of time to make, but they are good. They are lovely to wear. So you know, and you could do it all with gemstones, because there's gemstones around the back, or you could do it all with the copper coils if you wanted to. Lots of different varieties of things that you can do once you've got that style.
And there you go, you've created one of those simple wirework rings as well.
That's it.
But we saw how simple those were.
They are, they're really easy.
You just feed the gemstones, aren't they? Literally, don't you?
And then people say, oh, do they stay? They do stay in position because of the tension of the memory wire, so they'll stay where they are. If you are concerned, you can always pop a little spot of glue on there and then just roll the gemstone over a little spot of glue and they'll just anchor in place.
That's a good idea. I never thought of that. I always thought that they might move around the wire. That's a great idea.
Normally it's the tension of the outside memory wire on the gemstones just holds
it there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, this is proving to be very, very popular. We do have some stock remaining. If you want to take advantage of this, your water sprite kit featuring Iolite, blue Chalcedony and pink Opal. Okay, my producer put this kit together. I have to say, I think it is absolutely fantastic. 3 strands of gemstones, the memory wire, the threading materials, and 115 pieces of silver flash copper findings, all for $17.95. I was expecting it to have sold out already. Sold around about half the stock. It's plateaued a little, and so to make not just gemstones, but jewellery making as a hobby as accessible as possible, my producer is about to provide you with a further price reduction. It will only be available for the next 60 minutes. There's no way we should be going anywhere near this price point for a jewellery kit, but he's done it. $14.95. So everybody who'd already come through on the phone lines,
wow,
you've just had the equivalent of your P&P handed back to you in the form of a price reduction down to $14.95. Anybody who was umming and ahhing about getting involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. How much is the memory wire kit normally, isn't it? Like,
well, the findings on their own are normally £7.95, aren't they?
Yeah, the findings are $7.95. I think the memory wire's $9.95. I could be wrong about that.
I don't know how much.
If I'm misquoting it, then my apologies. I'm just guessing. But yeah, the price point is totally ridiculous. I mean, you've got a Gems of Distinction strand of Iolite there as well. I think I got the price wrong on the memory wire, actually. I think it's close to £5 rather than 10. So my apologies, as I say, it was just a total guess. But also, 3 strands of gemstones, huge carat weight. The findings, are you sure you haven't got this wrong? $14.95.
There's something definitely wrong. I don't think I've seen a kit at £14.95 for
quite
ever.
Some time.
Yeah, almost.
Quite some time.
Once in a blue moon, maybe.
Since I became the manager, and then I started doing crazy things with the prices. But you know, as I say, they were much more sort of beginnerish then, weren't they?
They were. They had less items in them, and less variety of items as well. Which, you know, we get a great variety of items. So some kits you get memory wire in, some will get cords in, some will get, you know, maybe an extra finding or you know, a charm or something like that. So you get all sorts of variety in the kits, which is it's lovely.
I have to say that's one of the best value kits that I've ever presented here.
Do you know what? I would be buying that, and just stock those findings up.
Yeah, stock them on your findings,
you know,
your memory,
you'll
and
find
your
out,
gemstones.
you'll find time to use those gemstones in the future. But you know, your findings, you just stockpile those findings because they're lovely as well. They're sterling silver findings, and
but these are actually silver flash copper, I will say. But the plating itself of the flash finish is sterling silver on the base
copper,
metal. Yeah.
And you get so much in there. You know, I mean, I haven't even touched the chain. I mean,
you've got a metre of chain. I mean, you could pay £10 for that elsewhere, couldn't you?
I mean, I've used a little tiny bit for the earrings at the end there, and you know, you will make so much from the chain. And I love the chain in this. It's a really fine curved chain that's in the kit, so it's lovely.
Well, I think we've been bullied there, in all honesty. I think that should have been selling out at £17.12. But do you know what? The masses have spoken. Not enough people are coming through on the phone lines, so my producers provided you with unbelievable value now. A jewellery kit for $14.95 that includes memory wire. Even our basic jewellery kits wouldn't be as low as that these days, and you've got extras now. No. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. We have created a short queue on the phone lines. Don't worry, it's around about 60 seconds. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. I've still got people coming through, buying 2s and 3s, taking Sarah's advice and stocking up on your gemstones and findings, no doubt. Thank you, by the way, Sarah.
You're
your designs
welcome.
are absolutely phenomenal, and that price point just didn't really represent what we were getting hold of there. We're going to move on though. Ooh, look at this. Faceted clear quartz. These are sort of puffy coins, I'm guessing. Yes, this is it. And you can see here checkerboard faceting on the surface of the gemstone, so you get that gorgeous play of light. Again, without maybe intruding on the other gemstones within your design, because you've got that gorgeous clarity. 85 carats in total, and again, lots of variation. They range from 10mm up to 15mm, so you could potentially use the larger gemstone as a feature of a design, the smaller ones as accent gemstones. You don't have to use them all in one design. But actually, looking at these gemstones, nice to have a bit of movement within your design. And I was thinking originally of, you know, traditional bridal wear, and I was talking about this the other day, and when we think, I suppose, wrongly, of traditional bridal wear, we do think of the tiaras and the bouquets and things like that. But actually, when you look at other cultural weddings, and of course we're a multicultural society these days, the jewellery designs for different cultural weddings are really much more prominent factors. We were talking about Asian weddings the other day, and we're saying that Asian weddings, sometimes they go on for around about 7 days. There's different outfits for the bride for each day. It's much more, trying to think of the word, much more of a sort of festival-like celebration for a cultural wedding. And actually, can you imagine, I hope I'm getting this right, maybe I'm wrong, if not, text in and correct me, but you know the headpieces that drop down onto the central head? How amazing would that look within your design?
Lovely.
I mean, it would look beautiful on traditional. That's not going to look very good on my head, so we won't bother with that. But you know, in traditional sort of tiara-like designs, but also for some of the more cultural looks. I like that idea. Okay, 85 carats in total, and my producer just said the words, right, time to ramp things up a little bit. I assume that means he's given you an exclusive price reduction. Currently, this is available for $9.95, but Liam's not messing around anymore, not for the final hour of the show. So he's about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Should be $9.95, we're taking it down to $6.95. That is a lowest ever price. You know what that means. Multi-buy, $6.95. We just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. So it really isn't added to your order price now. If you've already got a P&P up and running, you've paid your $2.95 for today, you can add this to your order for $6.95. I mean, are there any jewellery makers out there who don't need a neutral gemstone that gives you a traditional faceted finish and will suit virtually any design because of its cut? It's available right now at a clearance price. It's just $6.95. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, representing the best possible quality of clear quartz we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. No wonder we've got so many people multi-buying that strand. We're now approaching limited availability. So if you want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. I'm moving on to this beautiful strand of Iolite. Just have a look at these gorgeous violet tones. If you just got hold of that kit, imagine this as the accent stone to your rough cut nuggets of Iolite. It's almost, if you were working with these together, the piece of jewellery itself would almost tell the story for you of the way Mother Nature has formed the Iolite crystals, and then leading into the way that the lapidus has finished these faceted ovals of Iolite. I love that kind of idea of almost telling the gemstone story in one piece of jewellery. You don't have to, of course, because this particular gemstone is very prestigious in its own right. Again, very rich, deep history attached to this gemstone, originally used by the Vikings, who believed they could navigate themselves across the seas using Iolite. What they used to do is take a very thin slab of Iolite and hold it up to the skies to determine the polarity. Easy for me to say. How is that? Polarity. No, I can't say it. Polarity of the clouds, and so that would allow them to understand where the sun was in the sky and therefore navigate through the seas. So again, lots of heritage attached to a gemstone like this. But when you're looking at a gemstone that's finished in this beautiful way, faceted, adding that intensity of colour to your designs, all right, everyone's a TV presenter now, aren't they, in my ear? Polarity. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because also, very elegant finish. Look at that gorgeous lustre. Because of that depth of colour, you see that reflective quality of the light just bouncing off the surface of the gemstone. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price point. $6.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of Iolite. I was actually taken aback a little bit there. I wasn't expecting to see $6.95 for this. I mean, look at that. What Liam's just done. Must have another holiday booked. $4.95. Not even supposed to take strands from our elite collection down to that price point. But do you know what? It's the producer's job to find deals for all of our viewers out there, to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and basically to give you prices you just can't ignore, and that is exactly what Liam's just done. Faceted Iolite, 40 carats thereof, for under £5. This is how we flex our value muscles here at Jewellery Maker. This is how we prove to you that we can provide you with the best value on the market. Of course, every single gemstone that we bring you is lab tested to ensure it is what we say it is, and hand faceted by our very experienced lapidarists. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. I can tell you most people coming through on the phone lines are actually adding 2s or 3s of this particular strand to their order. I'm not surprised, because even if you are selling to a customer base or a client base that don't necessarily understand the inherent value of a gemstone like Iolite, at $4.95, we're almost bettering the prices you can get for synthetics anyway. So you might as well offer them genuine gemstones, and that will be their opportunity to fall in love with them for themselves. It's available right now for $4.95, but only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, or far more likely, while stocks last. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Wow, beautiful pink tourmaline. Now, tourmaline is actually called the Rainbow Gemstone. It's a gemstone that comes in more colour varieties than any other gemstone. And of course, as jewellery designers, that feeds right into our hands, because we get so many different design opportunities from working with tourmaline. Here we've got beautiful pink tourmaline, so this could be for all of the girly girls out there, or anybody who enjoys working with feminine gemstones. What's everyone laughing at? I like girly gemstones, but it's these beautiful, rich, hot pinks which give you a bit of variety in this particular strand. Yes, you've got the rose pinks, you've got the pastel tones, and then every now and then you get this sort of hot pink tone coming through as well. So again, the variation providing you with so much design scope. On top of that, these are, again, your textured nuggets. They range in size from 2x1 to 7x1, so they're going to provide you with quite a lot of dynamism and a lot of texture, a lot of character within your designs, while still working with one of the most popular gemstones on the market, beautiful tourmaline. 90 carats in total, and here comes your price. $9.95. You've got a huge carat weight here, 90 carats of tourmaline. I should say, we only have single figures of availability. Wendy, you've got 2. Fiona, you're there. Nicola, new buyer. And we've now got 5 strands of pink tourmaline remaining in stock at under £10. My advice would be, get this home, see it in the flesh, do your own research. You've got 30 days to do your own research. Just have a look at the kind of price points people will pay to get tourmaline into their jewellery collection. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. This really is all about the hot pinks. This is one for anybody who is interested in creating really fun contemporary jewellery designs, and actually it's been classified as hot pink banded agate. So these are your marquee shaped gemstones, 20 by 12 mil in size. Each and every gemstone totally individual because of that unique banding on the surface. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, again, you could use these to make some quite sort of contemporary fashion-led piece of jewellery, maybe even like bag charms, for example. They're going to be very, very popular. Oh, getting a thumbs up from Sarah there. I'm always happy when the designer agrees with my idea. We're talking about 165 carats here. Now, this is one of those gemstones where, from a traditional point of view, you might not look at agate and think, well, that hasn't got the same prestige as, I don't know, an emerald or a diamond or a ruby. However, when you're creating jewellery designs, you've got to have a collection that appeals to, well, every age range and every potential customer. Of course, like we were saying earlier, you know, if you go along to, I don't know, a summer fete or what have you at the school, these are the kind of things that you just get roped into, you know, never really have much of a choice about them. You agree to them and you think, oh, what, in 5 weeks' time? Yeah, no problem, no problem. And then, of course, 2 days before it, you think, oh my word, I've got to create 25 charms to sell on a stall by next week. That's what happened to me on the Wolf Run. Seemed like a good idea when I agreed, and then all of a sudden they're like, we're running Saturday, Ed. 20 by 12 mil in size for your hot pink banded agate, and here comes your price point. $6.95, another, add it to your order price, and I'll tell you a little bit of myth and legend attached to beautiful agate. It is believed to cure insomnia back in the day. So there you go. I know that there's actually quite a lot of jewellery makers who, you know, I speak to on Facebook, and they say they got into the channel because they couldn't sleep at night. They were flicking through, came across Jewellery Maker, so maybe agate will help you in that way. Of course, I wouldn't advise anybody actually buying it for that reason, because we don't know that there's any truth in those claims, but it's always nice to have an understanding of the folklore and legend attached to genuine gemstones. I'm going to leave that on with you because it is now time to get another Star By. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star By. On this occasion, we have bundled 2 very, very popular gemstone strands together to offer you a wholesale price and a discount saving. Just have a look at what we're looking at here. These are your top drill drops, little teardrops or pear-shaped drops. And I think that the top drill drops tend to be very popular because they enable jewellery makers to create matching sets of jewellery with their droplet style earrings and their matching pendant designs. Over 100 carats of gorgeous carnelian. And actually these are faceted on the surface of a gemstone, checkerboard faceting. So again, you get that play of light on the surface, a little bit of sparkle if you like, but it's actually dependent on what the base tone is of each gemstone. So on the lighter, more sort of honey toned gemstones, you're not getting quite the same sparkle as you do on some of the richer, more ruby red tones there in your carnelian. Absolutely love this strand. The droplets on this particular strand of carnelian, very uniformed, 14 by 10 mil in size. And then match that up with another very, very popular gemstone, beautiful Sagenitic quartz, also known as strawberry quartz. We tend not to use that name here on Jewellery Maker because I think there is a synthetic crystal that people have named strawberry quartz. So we go with the gemological name, which is Sagenitic quartz, and that name itself, I'm just going to put this strand down so you, actually refers to the inclusions that you can see on the inside of the gemstone. Interestingly enough, to me they look like little strawberry seeds. It actually does look like a little strawberry, but anyway, we don't want anybody to be confused. So it's Sagenitic quartz, and it has this beautiful, almost rose pink tone to it. But of course, when you've got fewer inclusions, you've got more of that pastel tone. When you've got slightly more inclusions, you've got a richer, more sort of cranberry red tone that you can see here. Absolutely beautiful. Now these have slightly more variation in size on this particular strand of quartz, ranging from 7 by 4 to 12 by 7, and this does come from our Gems of Distinction range. I think any time that we are privileged enough to source gorgeous Sagenitic quartz, it tends to fall in to our Gems of Distinction range. Not the most readily available variety of quartz, and this is what, you know, I think some people don't understand about quartz. Yes, it is one of the most familiar elements on the planet. There's a huge percentage of the Earth's crust made up of quartz, I understand that, but only a small percentage of that is going to be suitable for use within jewellery designs. Particularly, I think, these gorgeous polished finish that you've got to these gorgeous pear drops. Actually, starting to see why these two gemstones have been matched up together, because I'm starting to pick out some of these little pink hues coming from the carnelian itself. Really works beautifully. I've already got lots of people multi-buying this particular strand pack. 2 strands here coming to you at a clearance price. That's what we do when we bring you a wholesale star buy bundle. This is called Pink Dahlia. Gorgeous carnelian and beautiful Sagenitic quartz. 2 very, very popular gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. And for me, it's all about the finish. You've got that beautiful polished finish on the Sagenitic quartz and checkerboard faceting on the carnelian. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes our star buy price. £9.95, under £5 for both of these strands. If you were to buy these individually any other day, it would cost you £14.90. But right now, you can add these to your order for less than £5 a strand. I mean, just to give you an idea, you've got a lot of gemstones on this particular strand of carnelian, each and every one large enough to be used as a pendant, to be the focal point of a piece of gemstone jewellery. I mean, you're getting real passionate tones here, aren't you? You're getting those rich tangerines, ruby reds, golden tones. Very eclectic gemstone, very versatile. And I won't go through my whole theory, but I believe that orange gemstones are a must-have for all jewellery makers. They work in any season. So if you do want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. I wouldn't expect to see the Sagenitic quartz being launched at under £10. So to get both for £9.95 is absolutely exceptional deal. It's a star buy offering, only available for the next 60 minutes, and it provides you with a wholesale price for genuine gemstones. Of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we aim to provide you with the best value on the market for all of your genuine gemstones. 2 gems of distinction strands here for less than £5 each. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the late show, so don't go away.
Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. I'm also joined by the fantastically talented Sarah. You alright, Sarah?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
I've already seen the piece of jewellery you've made out of my superstar buy and my eyes are just drawn to it. It's so gorgeous. I will show you what Sarah's created out of the superstar buy. Before that, I'm just going to remind everybody of the star buy that we just brought you. 2 strands of top drilled drops. This is your Sagenitic Quartz and your Carnelian. And just in case anybody was in 2 minds, have a look at this for a little bit of inspiration. Gorgeous jewellery designs that have been put together by Sue. Using the 2 gemstones separately, and I think that's something that I would be tempted to do. I'm not quite sure whether the pinks and the oranges clash a little. Maybe for colour blocking. Or...
Do you know what? If you were to put possibly with the gold wire, it might just bring those 2 tones across.
Yeah.
But you know, you do get oranges and pinks in nature together, so
you
know, it's one of those things.
And actually, you do get a few sort of golden tones on here, and those would work with the pinks, I suppose, wouldn't they? I suppose these ones would work.
And if you were doing some sort of floral themed piece, maybe with flowers and things, you could just put those together, they would look beautiful.
I like the idea here. I think the inspiration here is to create little wire work bead caps on the top of the drops, because that seems to give you a more professional and traditional finish to the gemstones. I mean, those are absolutely exquisite, aren't they? They can be worn all year round as well. That's the beauty of a design like that. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you, and that was a wholesale price, only available, well, was for 60, probably more like 55 minutes now. If you do want to add that to your order, then act now to avoid disappointment. Let me show you what I've got coming up in just over half an hour as a super star buy. Gorgeous cut. Concave bicones. Concave faceted bicones. Huge carat weights. I'm guessing we're looking at 25 carats, 10 carats, 10 carats. That's done by eye, so it's not 100% accurate, but that seems to be, if you base it on the proportions. Very, very difficult cut to create because well, actually there's so many things that can go wrong when you're creating a huge cleavage like this, so you could easily create weaknesses in the gemstone yourself by just attempting to create a concave cut. Very difficult. But that just goes to highlight the dedication and commitment of our very experienced lapidarists. Professionally finished gemstones here, coming up as our superstar buy. They're going to fly out the door. We've already brought you a couple of variety of these strands. In fact, I think, did you do one on the Designer Inspiration show?
Yes, we did, yes.
Which gemstone was that?
I think we had some smaller ones that weren't double faceted, they weren't the bicones.
Right, okay.
They were amethyst, and then we had, I can't remember what they were.
Clear quartz.
Clear quartz, that's it, there you go.
There you go. He's got all the info available to him. That's why he's in charge of all the prices and all the products. So where we're going to start? Okie dokie. Wow. Have a look at this. Family reunion of gemstones once again. All about the lapidary work until you realise what gemstones that you've got here. Morganite, aquamarine. Check out this beautiful golden beryl here, also known as Heliodor. The most referenced gemstone in the Bible, golden beryl. More references to golden beryl than any other gemstone. Also got beautiful aquamarine here, and of course, one of my favourites, beautiful morganite. Gorgeous pastel tone from that morganite, very, very feminine. And this is actually probably the best example I've had to show you exactly why I find this such a non-compromising gemstone. Here, you can see the inclusions in the gemstone because of the fantastic way this has been faceted. Actually, if you look at the base, you'll be able to see the inclusions a little better. They're almost silk-like. Can you see the way they sort of swirl through the centre of the gemstone? And so as a result, they're not particularly intrusive. They're not, I hate to use this word, but they're not ugly inclusions. They're actually adding to the aesthetic of the gemstone itself. And without those inclusions, you wouldn't have such a concentration of colour. It's those inclusions, and those inclusions themselves are actually formed from manganese, and it's manganese that creates this beautiful pink tone within morganite. In aquamarine it's iron, and that's why it goes blue. And just have a look at the finish on the gemstones. Now the greater the number of facets on the surface of the gemstone, the greater the play of light, basically, the more sparkle. And that's exactly what you're getting here. Just have a look at the way these have been briolette cut and faceted to create. I mean, these are the kind of gemstones that you really would expect to see set into gold jewellery, not just on the high street, I wouldn't say. You know, in a boutique jeweller's, how much could you expect to pay for even one golden beryl set into gold, or one morganite set into gold? You'd be looking at potentially three-figure sums. We have a very special relationship with the beryl family here at Jewellery Maker. At the Genuine Gemstone Company, we do own the largest cut morganite in the world. You can't look into the centre of this gemstone without falling in love with morganite. It is flawless. No inclusions, you've got this rich pink tone, and the faceting is exquisite. In fact, what we'll do is we'll speak to Steve, who's the owner of the company, and see if we can bring the largest cut morganite on air on Jewellery Maker one night. And then you boys get ready with a getaway car. Right, 35 carats of exquisite beryl in your faceted drops. They range in size from 10 by 6 to 11 by 7, so very, very subtle variation in the size. I mean, what do you sort of think when you look at a strand like this, Sarah? Is there designs that jump out at you? Or?
Well, the obvious thing is to do little wire-wrapped caps for them and have them as earrings or charms.
Like we just saw on those designs, actually.
But, you know, you can also, you know, take them, and if you wanted to, maybe make a floral piece, because they've got that top drill. Yes, they're very petal-like. But also I can see them working really well if you were to do like a wire talk neckline piece with, say, 3 pieces of wire coming round in a nice all wire wrapped, and then at the bottom having these on the bottom as the focal points on the bottom of the swirls of the talk.
I like that idea.
So you've got loads of possibilities. You could use them if you're very good at wire work, like Rachel Norris. She uses these as the centre of her flowers. She actually takes the points and buries them down into the flower and uses the top part as a focal floral point.
I've seen them set into sort of macrame style rings as well, where they're using the point to set inside, and then you've got quite a proud standing gemstone as well. That's quite a traditional look as well. This sort of,
it is indeed, yeah. So you've got so much you can do with them, and I just think to have that variety of gemstones on there, I mean, you could be really indulgent and just put them all on one neckline piece.
Or it would drive the price up a little, though, perhaps. But you know, sometimes it's nice to have those showcase. Oh, I mean, if it's for you,
why
no
not?
problem whatsoever. Pile it on there.
Yeah, I mean,
as usual, I've pulled the tassel off. I do this every night at some point. Usually with the most expensive and prestigious strand, I pull the top off.
Oh, it's okay. I'll take that one home.
Everyone's at it now, aren't they? Everybody wants to get on the rob for morganite. Do you know, I'm just going to do a quick count up. We've got about 13 gemstones approximately on this particular strand, and that breaks down to 3 morganites, 5 aquamarine, 3 goshenite, and 2 golden beryl, 2 heliodor. That's just on this strand. I mean, you could get 12 and you might get, you know, 1 extra aquamarine or and 1 fewer golden beryl, you know. The guarantee is 35 carats of multicoloured beryl. When we say multicoloured beryl, we mean the different varieties from within the beryl family. It's a very prestigious family. Aside from emerald, which is also a member of that family, you have got morganite, aquamarine, heliodor and goshenite on this one strand. And here comes your price. $67.95. And you know, I know that obviously if you compare that price point to some of the other prices we've seen tonight, I mean, we've taken genuine gemstones under £5, then you would be forgiven for thinking that that is a considerable price point. But actually, when you consider what you're getting here, the carat weight, the finish, the quality of the gemstones, that is an absolute steal of a deal. I mean, we're still talking about less than £2 a carat here. Producer Liam he's convinced. He wants to start jewellery making. He just said, if you put 10 of those onto a necklace design, you'd easily be talking about £130. So you'd still have 3 left to create yourself a matching set of beautiful gemstone jewellery, and you'd have doubled your money. Do you want to swap places? Great idea. Absolutely fantastic idea. That's the way to maximise on your strands which are of that slightly higher price point. Of course, there's a reason, and it's to do with the quality of the gemstones themselves. This comes from our elite range, our Gems of Distinction range of gemstones, and as Sarah's also told us, the ability to, well, create profitable jewellery, but also to indulge yourself. Definitely. That's what this allows you to do.
I mean, you know, if you did want to create a piece that you could either gift or sell on, what about making little bead caps from the silver clay?
Oh, good idea.
For those, to silver clay little bead caps, and then adding them onto little lobster claw clasps, sterling silver lobster claw clasps to create charms.
Amazing.
But all with lovely handmade sterling silver.
I mean, that's when your designs really do start to take that leap onto the next level, don't they? Where actually you are starting to outshine the likes of the high street jewellers.
Well, I mean, charms are so popular, and if you were to do that, you know, that is something that, you know, people are always looking to be buying charms or bracelets and things like that. So it's possibly a way of being able to sort of create that sort of
2 charms in the high street charm shop.
Yeah.
£97.
And
no gemstones.
I know, they're nothing special, are they?
No.
That's what always makes me look at it and think,
you can't believe it.
I've never got into that.
Oxidised silver, I mean, what's so special about that?
I know. I must admit, I've been spoiled because I bought all my charms from gems.
Do you know what they did? Something really clever. Shall I tell everybody? When Steve first came back to the company, he's the owner of the company. I was still a producer on Gems TV when Steve first took over, and what he did was he made all of his charms a millimetre larger than all of the other brands on the market, so that they fit no matter what kind of charm bracelet you had. So whether it was a Pandora or it was a Truth or whatever, his charms definitely fitted on your charm. They were 1 mil bigger.
Yeah.
Genius. That's the way to take advantage of the value we can bring you here at, well, not just Jewellery Maker, but our sister channel Gems TV as well. So if you want to get involved with that incredible strand of gemstones, it's available right now for $67.95. We're going to move on. Oh, do you know what we should do? Just based on what Sarah just said, we should do a deal on number 9 if we can. Can we do that? Now, the reason I suggest this is because people who are maybe just starting to get a grip of silver clay, because of course our silver clay, once it's been fired, is 99.9% pure silver, so even better than sterling silver. So that's the potential of what you could be offering your customers. Like Sarah was saying, the finish for a charm perhaps could be something really, really special. So if you're working with some of these very, very high-end gemstones and then setting it into your silver clay, you're actually offering your customers something of much higher quality than they'd find, not just on the high street, from any jeweller really, because they're going to traditionally work with 925 sterling silver. Now, if you are creating those kind of settings using silver clay, you might want to do a little bit of practicing first, because you don't want to risk your £67.95 Briolette cut beryls, and if the finish isn't perfect, you're not going to be satisfied with that. You could actually practice using your bronze clay. So you can practice moulding the little caps or the settings using your bronze clay before you execute the technique using your silver clay, because silver clay is much more expensive than the bronze clay, because of course you are getting 99.9% pure silver. Here, this is your Prometheus bronze clay. You actually get 100 grams with this particular item, so lots of scope for practice. And actually, you could set gemstones into beautiful bronze as well, particularly if you wanted to create vintage looks. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for anybody interested in investing in this as a discipline. Oh right, we're going to give everybody a bit of a price reduction as well. Should be £12.95. Now I'm quite surprised to see that, because if you were to invest in 100 grams of the silver clay, it would be more like £50, £60, am I right? Or could be more? More, sorry. I forgot all the prices since I stopped managing the channel, so actually it'd be more than that for 100 grams. Under £10. Of course, the bronze clay is only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage of that deal, that is an incredibly low price for what you're getting there. And again, lots of design scope. And actually, this could be the kind of technique that might help you maybe convert a few naysayers to the art of jewellery making, because maybe people, you know, aren't quite convinced. That usually it's a lack of confidence. Usually it's people thinking, I could never do that. I'd never be able to achieve wearable designs. Something hands-on, like your metal clay sculpting, things like that, actually, because they're so fun, because they're so engaging, help people to overcome that initial hurdle. So maybe if you've thought about getting your friends or your sister or whoever involved in a bit of craft work, but you can't quite convince them, this could be much more popular. Anybody who does seem to be interested in this as a discipline is multi-buying this, because it is such a good deal. Lots of people taking 2s, even 3s of this particular bundle, and it's available right now for £9.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, good idea. We are going to go to an early star buy, because of course the super star buy is coming up in just 20 minutes time. So it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I'm still dancing to the star buy music, my apologies. Right, time for another star buy. On this occasion, we have taken a collection of gemstones, bundled them together to create a wholesale deal, but not on any old gemstone, on canary sapphires. 2 individual strands, and actually, this is really interesting because 2 variations in the colour tones. This goes to show the work that goes into our gems of distinction strand. You can quite clearly see that each of the gemstones on both strands have been colour matched. You've got this rich sort of buttercup yellow tone on one strand, and then you've got more of a, say, sort of golden marmalade-like hue on the other. Still work beautifully together, and of course this is a very, very popular gemstone. It's been mistaken for canary diamonds so many times that I think, once again, it's one of those gemstones that's built up its sort of reputation through its misclassification, just like spinel in a way. So you've got lots of designs where people believed they were working with canary diamonds, only to discover they were working with yellow sapphires. Don't think that's such a bad thing, because of course sapphires, very regal and prestigious gemstone in its own right, one of the big 4. It rubs shoulders with diamonds, and all I really seem to hear at the moment is how nobody wants a diamond engagement ring, everybody wants a sapphire engagement ring. So Sapphires, very, very prestigious in their own right, and canary sapphires, something very special. Not something that we can bring you every day here on Jewellery Maker, probably not something that you'll see every day, even with some of the larger design houses in the world, because yellow sapphire is so sought after because of their beauty. I think sometimes we overlook the more vibrant colour tones within jewellery designs, particularly if people are looking at traditional jewellery designs or vintage jewellery designs, tend to shy away from these brighter colour tones, but I absolutely don't know why, because we talk a lot about this actually on The Late Show, and the psychology behind the way colours make you feel. And I think yellow, one of those sunshine colours that gives you a bit of a lift. It's suggested that it makes you feel happy and more positive. You can understand that really with.
I do, because I was asked today why I like citrine so much, and it is that whole
it's actually called the gemstone of happiness.
Yeah,
so there you go.
It just does, that colour, it does make you feel warm, it makes you feel calm, it makes you feel happy, and there's lots and lots of beautiful sort of feelings come from that, just that warmth and that colour of the gemstone. And that's before you even think that it is such a beautiful, precious gemstone.
Absolutely. Because, when I was talking to another of our expert designers, when I was talking to Karen Crawford, she was saying that she thinks every outfit should start with the jewellery, and then you build your attire around your jewellery, not the other way around.
That's a brilliant way to do it.
There you go.
It is.
So think like if you wake up in the morning, you're feeling a little bit drab, a little bit dreary, put on your canary yellow sapphires, you're soon going to be feeling happy and positive.
Do you know who should have had this gemstone on today that was in the office? Martha, because she had the most beautiful dress on.
Golden dress.
It was golden and
floral.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and this would have just suited that outfit beautifully.
Our executive producer, Martha, if she's watching at home, this could be the gemstone for you. I've got a designer here, she's crying out for a commission, Martha. Dial up now. No, I have to agree, Martha did look very beautiful today in her dress.
Yes, and it would have matched beautifully.
We have got 2 gems of distinction strands of beautiful canary sapphires here. I should just say these are classified as yellow sapphires. In case anybody's confused, it is the industry term for yellow sapphires. They're always referred to as canary sapphires. I should get out of the habit, my apologies. Yellow sapphires, these are faceted rondelles, and they're both ranging from 2x1 to 3x1 in size. So you've got these beautiful faceted rondelles. Because of the quality of the gemstones, because of the clarity, you're getting so much sparkle. Okay, congratulations to Marilyn, Belinda, new buyers coming through as well. That's the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. You know we can provide you with the best value on the market at the best of times. But when we're bringing you a star buy bundle, you know that we're about to go above and beyond. Here comes your star buy price for your yellow sapphire duo. $37.95. If you were to buy these individually any other day, it would be £57.90. So this particular strand would normally set you back £27.95. So it's the equivalent of buy this strand, get a strand of canary sapphires for £10. Canary sapphires for £10. It's got my head in my hands. I can't believe the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker, particularly when we're talking about gemstones from this elite range, the gems of distinction range. You can see the quality of the gemstones, not just from the clarity, not just from the consistency of colour, but also from this almost micro-faceting, because the gemstones are cut so small in such a delicate way. Quite difficult to facet these, but each one faceted to perfection, and actually you can see the consistency of colour because of the 2 varying hues that you've got here, that rich sort of marmalade tone against those rich golden tones. You can see here the way that this could potentially be used within a jewellery design. I mean, I would only ever set canary sapphires into gold, but actually you can see there the richness of the yellow gold mirrored in the gemstones. This is the beauty of working with the faceted rondelles. You can keep the designs quite simple. You don't have to be too intricate. Of course you can be, but actually here, simply re-stranded the 2 strands of sapphire set onto quite a simple bracelet design. The yellow gold adding opulence and elegance to the overall look. Right now, buy one, get one for £10. Your yellow sapphire jewel. If you want to add that to your order, it's available for the next 60 minutes. All you got to do is dial that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on, and let me just remind everyone that coming up in around about 10 minutes time, the premiere launch from the cut collection are concave bicones of green amethyst. And how many of those did we have in stock? Of this? How many? Oh, even fewer than I thought. Why did I think we had 79? Oh, it's going to last about 5 seconds. We've got less than, in fact, we've got 36 strands of those concave bicones green amethyst. It's going to sell out. We're moving on to these two. A double trouble deal on your blue quartz. What's wrong with that name? He doesn't like the name Double Trouble. He's not having it. Who put this together for you then? Ah, sales manager Scott put this one together. You know what that means? He's probably been a bit naughty on the price. These are your London blue coloured quartz. So the idea is that we have dyed these quartz the same colour that you'd associate with London blue topaz, probably the most sought after variety of topaz available on the market. And you're getting 270 carats on each strand here. And I was just about to say, the beauty of a strand like this is that you could really just re-strand it and add a clasp. Well, that's exactly what our inspiration is. So these have been created by Sue, and they have been re-stranded, but, you know, with a little bit of technique. So Sue's used the knotting tool to create these very uniform knots, almost like we were discussing with the pearls that you could do. Love that. And then set here with just some simple silver coloured spacer beads, gives it a little lift. I love that. That's a very very on-trend piece of jewellery actually, because I've seen lots of the nautical looks coming back into fashion over the spring and summer months. That's really fitting the bill actually, isn't it? It's sort of like an ascot type piece, isn't it? Double trouble deal here, giving you over 500 carats of your London blue coloured quartz in your faceted rounds, which range in size from, I'm guessing 6 up to 14 mil. 16 mil. Underestimating the size. Typical bloke. Right, if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now for your double trouble deal. This is how we flex our value muscles. This is how we prove that we can provide you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. That's why I've got so many regular buyers already getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. Let's have a look at that price point. £8.95. Is that literally buy one get one for £1 or £2 or something? Okay, so it should be £13.90. So normally £6.95 then. So buy one get one for £2. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Lots of people taking advantage of this kind of value. And of course, you don't have to restrand these graduated gemstones. You don't have to form one necklace design. You can use these in all kinds of ways. You can pick out 4 or 5 of similarly sized gemstones and create a beautiful macrame bracelet, for example, or kumihimo style design where you don't need quite as many gemstones. If you want to get involved, it's incredible value. Buy one, get one for just £2. All the S's involved: Siobhan, Samantha, Sylvia. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number, or alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. For me, that's an add it to your order price. It's an essential, isn't it? Everybody needs those royal blue tones within their gemstone stash. And here, you've got practically every size, but in faceted rounds, ranging from 6mm up to 16mm. So a huge variation, and of course, a huge saving. Congratulations to Catherine, Annie, Gifty, Karen, Samantha, Siobhan, Susan, anonymous buyers as well coming through. Susan and Kevin, you've got 2 of these available right now for $8.95. I'm going to leave that one with you, and I will just give you one more reminder. I don't know why. Why did I think this? I don't know why I thought I had so many of these, but I haven't. I've got 36 strands available of these concave cut bicones of green amethyst. I mean, it is out of this world. Just wait till you see the design that Sarah has created. Oh, designs, I should say. 36. I'm really gutted about that because I know some people are going to be disappointed now. Are we going to move straight on to this bundle? We've got a 3-strander now of beautiful fluorite. This is quite a popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because it's very versatile. It works with lots of different gemstones, and it never even attempts to steal focus because you've got these gorgeous pastel tones, very subtle colour hues that come through. I can safely say I've never seen this strand, I've never seen this cut. These are irregular cubes of fluorite. They range from 4 to 5mm. Love to see a little cluster of these cubes. You've also got the varying colour tones that we find from our multicoloured fluorite as well. The lavender tones, the pastel greens, and the lovely lemon tones as well. So these are your cubes. They're 4 to 5mm, 60 carats in total. I've seriously never seen fluorite. In fact, I don't even think I've seen these irregular cubes before. So very, very interesting strand there. I've also got this strand of faceted coins of green fluorite, 8mm in size, giving you 120 carats. And then I've got your multicoloured fluorite in your faceted barrels. Wow, a lot of sparkle from those barrels. There's a lot of facets on the surface of those gemstones. These are banded between the purple and the pastel greens on the barrels. So those are the colour tones that you've got there. This is gorgeous. These are the perfect accents for any design, in my opinion. And if you want to get involved, you need to start dialing that free phone number. Once again, we only have a limited number available on this particular deal. It is a wholesale bundle. We've taken 3 individual strands, we've bundled them together in order to provide you with a discount code, but it will only be available for the next 60 minutes. You can see the way Sue has integrated all of the different cuts into one design here. Actually, it's quite interesting because on the neckline, she's focused more on the purple and green tones, leading up to a sort of lemon and lime bib style feature on the necklace itself, a 3-strand weave there. Love that, and that really gives the fluorite cubes a chance to do their magic, doesn't it? 3 strands of beautiful fluorite here, your faceted puffy coins, your gorgeous faceted barrels, and these irregular cubes. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com to add this to your order, because here comes the rather ridiculous price point. Less than £5 a strand. We've taken this particular bundle down to $14.95. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now to avoid disappointment. It is proving to be very, very popular, and you can understand why. Of course, as we lead into the spring months and people start to think about putting together specific collections, these are the colour tones that you're going to need. Those beautiful daffodil yellows, those pastel tones of green and purple. And while I'm speaking, my producer decides to hand everybody back the equivalent of their P&P. He's just taken this down to $11.95, so we're now talking about less than £4 a strand. Congratulations to everybody who came too early. Don't panic, everyone's going to pay the same final low price of $11.95 now for 3 strands of beautiful multicoloured fluorite. Congratulations to Marilyn and Alison. New buyers coming through as well. If you want to take advantage of this deal, under £4 a strand for your gorgeous fluorite, including a cut I've never seen before here at Jewellery Maker for your flora. This particular price point will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you. I'm going to move on. Don't forget, in just 5 minutes' time, 36 of you are going to get the chance to own this gorgeous green amethyst concave cut biker. I mean, it's just huge. And I'll even show you Sarah's designs as well. A little treat for everyone because they are rather spectacular. And that's coming up in, well, about 5 minutes' time, maybe less. Where are we going to move on to? Going to give you the opportunity now to own this beautiful jadeite. Love, love, love this particular gemstone. And this is the colour tone people are looking for when we talk about jadeite. 8mm plain rounds, giving you over 200 carats. Again, will feed into so many different designs because you've got this pastel shade that will match so many other gemstones. If you want to get involved with this particular deal, I have to warn you, we only have a limited number available of this strand. It has proved to be very, very popular. And this evening we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at the current price. Wow, it's already under £30. And we're about to take it even lower. I have to warn you, I only have a limited number available. It has proved to be very, very popular. It's another of those gemstones which people are familiar with. People want to get hold of. They want to have this in their collection. And therefore, you and your designs are going to be very much in demand. Over 200 carats of jadeite here in your 8mm plain rounds, and your price reduction this evening is down to £17.95. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. It's available for £17.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to leave that one with you, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to try and fit one more in. Ooh, how many of these have we got? Ah, okay, we've got a slightly higher quantity of this particular strand. Mystic Rose Quartz. These are your 12mm plain rounds. Well, we talk about having a large criteria as jewellery makers. I think this has just ticked every box available. Very feminine pastel tones from the rose quartz itself. Then you've got quite a large size, somewhere in the middle really. 12mm could be a statement gemstone, depending on what you accent it with, or of course, could be an accent itself if you're working with more of an impacting gemstone. Then we've applied this incredible mystic coating which just allows the gemstone to come to life. You've got this array of colour tones on the surface of a gemstone ranging from electric blues to lime greens, fuchsia tones, amethyst purples, golden colours as well. And they're really interesting because you could use these in a design to create something really funky, really contemporary, but at the same time I think because of that pastel tone as the base colour, they actually work in more classic traditional looks as well. 400 carats in total. Would you agree with that analysis there, Sarah?
Definitely. I mean, these are just, they're just gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, it's not a very descriptive word, but they are absolutely.
But that's, you need something generic because, like I said, they fit in so many.
Oh, they do. I mean, if you wanted to add these to pearls, they'd be very classic and very feminine. If you wanted to add them to, you know, put some smoky quartz in there and take it on a completely different.
That's a nice idea, yeah.
route. Or if you wanted to add, say, anything, a sort of a really soft grey gemstone, like a howlite possibly. Maybe if it's a dark on the darker side of the grey, or
cloudy quartz, perhaps.
Yeah, cloudy quartz would be lovely. Even some some Labradorite versions would look beautiful.
Yeah, that's
with
a great idea. Labradorite with gemstones around would be beautiful.
But you've got so many different things. I mean, I would put, you know, blush amethyst in there, and lots of different gemstones.
Amethyst,
A bit of peridot perhaps as well.
There you go. They're ticking every box. They work with any other gemstone practically, and actually the beauty of that is the coating will pick up on those colour tones and start to disperse those colours on the surface of the rose quartz. Okay, we are going to provide you with a price reduction. We've got to bring it on screen because so many of these are already being allocated at JewelleryMaker.com. Was $9.95. Right now we're taking it down to $6.95. These are 12mm rounds. They're going to make a massive impact on your designs, particularly when you combine them with a range of colour tones, because that coating is going to mirror those different colour hues and really take your jewellery design in a completely different direction. On top of that, this is rose quartz, the gemstone of true love. So it's always nice when you've got those very romantic sentiments attached to a gemstone. I think it can really enhance the overall look of your designs. In fact, I've got lots of people multi-buying this now. So congratulations to Sheila, Anne, Louise, Marianne, Kirsten, Leslie, Susan, Karen, new buyers as well. Looks to me like this could be a sellout strand this evening. So if you are placing it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Everybody coming through now is taking 2 of these at just $6.95. I'm not surprised. So congratulations to everybody adding this beautiful strand of Mystic Rose Quartz to their order. Huge carat weight, a real impact, all for an add it to your order price. So congratulations. I'm going to leave that one with you. It is time to move on because I am going to bring you the premiere launch of our concave cut green amethyst as a super star bar. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our superstar buy. We're generally going to launch our most exclusive premiere of the night as our final shopportunity. That's exactly what we're about to do. The graphics are on screen and that means you can start getting involved right now. 45 carats in total, and I'm making an educated guesstimate that you've got 25 carats in the central stone and 10 carats on each of the 2 accents, and it seems to make sense based on the proportions. I mean, the finish on the gemstones is absolutely exquisite. Not an easy cut to achieve, and you can see how uniformed the step cut facets are around the edge, but also to create a beautiful bicone. We know how popular the bicone is. Sorry, we've got a big screen up here and we're all just like drooling over the green amethyst there, my apologies. But you know what? As jewellery makers, or as people who are passionate about coloured gemstones, it's really exciting to see gemstones with this kind of finish on Jewellery Maker.
Do you know earlier when you came into the studio and you dangled them like a carrot from behind the camera?
Oh, when you, that's when I just arrived this afternoon. I was like, do you like them? Like, so let's have a look at this. I mean, you can see how sort of inspired you were working with the gemstone.
I mean, I've done, you know, wire work prong ring there, which, you know, as everyone knows, I'm not a wire worker by trade, but I have a go, and I just wanted to make that into just a little prong set ring, and it is just lovely.
Got a solid feel because of the gizmoed band, and then I think those are pretty tidy prongs.
It's not too bad. I would have taken an awful lot more time at home and got them a little bit more evenly spaced out. But
this is a very traditional look for a gemstone, isn't it? When you look in, you see that sort of kaleidoscope-like effect. That's created by the way the gemstone's cut. And of course, we work with some very talented and experienced lapidarists here at Jewellery Maker. That's the name for a gemstone cutter. Obviously, I know that regular viewers will be aware of that, but you know, we get new buyers every day and don't want anybody to feel, you know, excluded from what we're talking about here. And I love this design. This is a really interesting way of integrating the normal size bicones with these sort of showcase bicones, if you like.
That was a really lucky find to find those. They were tucked under the desk, those are the bicones. So I just found those and I thought they worked beautifully. And if you turn that piece around.
I see what you've done with this one. Nice.
This is if you've got a long sort of open back dress up. Yeah. But you can also take the S clasp off the clasp off there. You take that, lift that off.
Oh, please tell me.
It'll just slide off.
But this becomes a bracelet on its own.
It does become a bracelet.
Oh,
so you just
I love it. See, this is the beauty of jewellery making, the versatility of your pieces. Yeah. And I'm trying to think of the word.
You can just take it across, sort of through there. Go and get my fingers to work tonight. There we go. It becomes a little bracelet for you. There you go. So that's your versatility of creating your own jewellery. Because if you bought a piece of jewellery in the high street, it would have that extender on the back and you wouldn't be able to take it off.
Yeah, that's it, isn't
it?
You've
got two pieces of jewellery.
For the price.
You know, and so you can wear that whenever you like as a bracelet, and then you can just pop it on the back of your neckline piece as an extra long charm. And I think this is the sort of jewellery you probably would wear to some sort of high end. You're certainly going out for dinner.
Gala or
certainly going out for dinner where you're probably going to get silver service or something like that. You know, you're going somewhere nice.
Oh, I think I've talked about this a lot recently. Actually, I used to produce on Gems TV, and one of the hours we used to do on a Sunday night was the 10 Carat Club.
Wow!
And it used to be like the most popular hour of the week because obviously everybody wants to own a 10 carat gemstone.
Why not?
And so obviously the central stone had to be at least 10 carats, and this was one of the most popular hours. Here, even the smallest gemstone is going to offer your customers that. Okay. Well over half the stock's already been allocated. As I said, we only had a limited number available on these beautifully, professionally cut gemstones. And I'm going to get in trouble from Alice again, aren't I? Jewellery quality gemstones. Let's have a look at our exclusive premiere launch price. $24.95. Wow. $24.95. You'd expect to pay that for a 10 carat gemstone. Not for 45 carats.
Amazing, isn't it? I just think the work and the quality of the gemstones is just amazing.
I mean, think about the time that's obviously dedicated to hand faceting all of these gemstones. Bicone's not an easy cut to achieve actually, but a gemstone of this size.
The only thing that's different from this than if this was being set into sterling silver and put into a ring. Is that they've put a drill hole across the top. So that is the only thing that's different.
Which in itself is a massive risk for a lapidorist.
Especially once you've done all of that faceting work, then to put that drill hole through it, that is the point where it could
if the gemstone itself just cracked then. All that time, all that effort, not just in terms of the actual cut, but sourcing the gemstone, ensuring it's of the right quality, and then you try and drill which, gemstones of this quality, once they've been cut, as you were rightly saying, would traditionally be set into gold.
Yeah.
So in order to drill this hole at the top is a massive risk, as in a commercial risk for them, because they could lose money.
And it's also an incredibly skilled job, to do that, because it's just one slip and that's it. That whole gemstone's gone. You're back to square one, and you've got to start again.
Absolutely. I mean, the gemstones of this quality would probably be handed over to very, very experienced lapidarists. But even for a very skilled gem cutter, that's not an easy thing to achieve. And for me, that's going to allow you to work on a higher level. It's going to allow you to offer your customers a very elite standard of jewellery, and potentially start to increase those profit margins.
And these, as you were saying earlier, these sort of gemstones lead themselves to making ornate headdresses or ornate pieces of jewellery. So if I was to, you could do something like that with the Indian style wedding jewellery. It's not quite down my parting, and excuse my grey hairs. But you know, you can do all sorts of things. It goes with your flower, you can do all sorts of different things with different gemstones. When you get different cuts, you can do and explore lots of different jewellery making techniques, which you can't do if you haven't got these particular cuts or these particular size of gemstone. So it's amazing.
Absolutely. Well, we are now down to single figures of availability on this particular strand, and on that note, I'm going to have to call it a day and love you and leave you. Don't worry. Well, the boys and me will be back tomorrow for more incredible late show deals, but thank you very much for joining us tonight, Sarah. Your designs are fantastic. Good night.
Yeah. And that's all we've had
that
in 4 hours, isn't it?
Can't get the staff, and he's the sales manager.
That is measly.
No, not good.
Not good at all.
Right, well, we are, of course, gearing up for the birthday weekend, so don't go anywhere. So in just a moment, we will be losing you off for review. So we need to make sure that you join us either on YouTube or watch live on the website. Now, do you need any of my bits and pieces?
No, I'm all plugged in.
You're plugged in, ready and
plugged in, ready to go.
Right, well, you scoot that way. Love you, Sheila. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
Sarah's
going to pop on here. Becky's going to go over here. But whilst Becky's over here, I need to collect
all of this?
my food.
Chicken wings.
I've had a little bit of chicken. I'm trying to do my detox and just do no carbs, and then Ollie destroyed it by making lemon cheesecake. Right, everybody, see you Sunday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, blame Ollie. I see, blame Ollie. Forced it down your throat, I'm sure. Hello everyone, welcome to a totally exciting designer inspiration. We want you to get in touch with us today because we've already had loads of ideas, loads of requests on our Facebook page, but we have got time for plenty more. All you have to do is message us in. You can do that by going on our Facebook page, and that is Jewellery Maker. Just type that in one word, you'll see our logo, and you'll be able to write a message on there of what you might like to see. You'll see a lovely picture of Sarah. Just type in under there. Alternatively, you can, of course, text us. Text number is 60777. Start your text with the word JM Studio. It can be absolutely anything. Have you tried something and it's gone horribly wrong? Have you got a tool and you have no idea how to use it? Have you got loads of goodies in a certain colour range you haven't got a clue what to do? Do you want to learn how to use crimps? Do you want to learn how to make everyday pieces? Whatever it might be, it is completely up to you. This is your show today. We want to keep this super interactive. Anything you have got, any ideas you want to get in touch with us. I have got some seriously stunning cut gemstones for you today as well. Honestly, they are beautiful. In fact, I've got a little